Chapter 3461. The Son of Heaven's Sword. Although this treasured sword didn't show that it was the Son of Heaven's sword, Xiaohua's eyes saw the long sword's great craftsmanship. In his heart, he immediately understood that this must be the Son of Heaven's sword, the Son of Heaven's sword that shook the 9 provinces. So the Son of Heaven's sword was hidden here. Perhaps this is the true profound water palace. Xiaohua pondered as he spoke, his gaze once again moving downwards. The Son of Heaven's sword light was very quiet, but it also had a kind of absolute dominance. A sword light as thick as a thumb pierced through space and rushed down. Far below the Son of Heaven's sword, where it had almost left the surface of the mirror, there was no light. It was like an abyss. There, the Son of Heaven's sword light transformed into a faint sword of light. Below the sword of light was an extremely dim golden sword of light. The tip of the sword was pointed upwards, resisting the sword of light with all its might. Although Xiaohua didn't know what the golden sword of light was, he understood when he saw Xianxia's faint figure beside it. This was where Xianxia's father was suppressed by the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact suppressed was none other than the Son of Heaven's sword. Not only was there an immortal artifact in the mysterious water palace, but there were 2 of them. Io, what's going on? Why isn't the Son of Heaven's sword as powerful as the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Also, I can use my divine will. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't have time to think anymore. He hurriedly used the wind escape technique to fly down, which was the place he had just flown a few hundred feet. Kacha. A series of crisp sounds came from above his head, all around him, and under his feet. The triangular mirror surface flashed with silver-white brilliance one after another. In the end, the entire space turned into an extremely smooth mirror surface. The Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua looked at the incomparably huge mirror surface and a familiar feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. This is inside the Kunlun mirror. I understand now. There is indeed only one immortal artifact in the mysterious water palace, and that is the Kunlun mirror. The Son of Heaven's sword is inside the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Young master. At this moment, Xian transmitted her voice filled with surprise and excitement. Xian. Xiaohua also responded and sped down. When he saw the situation of the golden sword, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was a huge sword that was hundreds of feet tall. The huge sword looked very simple and unadorned. The huge sword constantly emitted a golden sword light. The sword light was like tiny flying swords, but when these flying swords rushed out of the huge sword, they were immediately pierced by the Son of Heaven's sword and completely disappeared. Looking into the giant sword, there was an extremely dim and huge figure hidden within. This figure was an old man with golden hair and beard. The old man's hair and beard fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were tightly shut. Although the expression in his eyes could not be seen clearly, his tightly shut lips, his slightly clenched teeth, and the Dachuan character between his eyebrows showed the old man's unyielding and fighting spirit. Sword transformation realm? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he scanned the giant sword with his divine sense. Young master. Xian bit her lips, her face flushed with surprise. She looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "This is my father. I didn't expect that he would be suppressed by the Son of Heaven's sword. Do you have a way?" Xiaohua asked straightforwardly. Xian's eyes were filled with deep sorrow, and she almost choked with sobs as she said, "Young master, you don't know, but my Xian family's ancestral gold chi unification technique is restrained by the Son of Heaven's sword. From my father's situation, he couldn't resist the Son of Heaven's sword chi and was forced to transform into a sword. There's a saying in the sect, once you transform into a sword, you will be immortal for all eternity. Without the Gung Earth, 10,000 years will become nothing. Only my father can protect himself now. Without the help of the Gung Earth, I'm afraid, he will forever be a sword. Whether it's the Gung Earth or not, I don't know." Xiaohua was a little anxious. "I only know that if I don't save your father from the suppression of the Son of Heaven's sword, even if you find the Gung Earth, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. Xian hurriedly shouted, "Young master, you don't know, but my greatest reliance is the golden hairpin, and the golden hairpin isn't of the earth attribute." Before young master came over, I had already thought about it. Unless there's a great master who can refine true qi to the earth qi unification realm and use the gung earth to awaken my father, then I will activate this golden hairpin. Only then can we help my father escape, otherwise. I'm afraid I can only rely on the Son of Heaven's sword. The Son of Heaven's sword? Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the Son of Heaven's sword floating high in the sky. The sword light was incomparably peaceful, far less fierce than the Kunlun mirror from before. He couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. Xian was worried about her father, but now she was helpless. Seeing Xiaohua looking at the Son of Heaven's sword, she didn't know what to feel. She hoped that Xiaohua could break the suppression of the Son of Heaven's sword so that she could save her father. But she also understood that although Xiaohua's strength far exceeded her expectations, he might not have the ability to break the Son of Heaven's sword. If he wasn't careful, he might even end up dying. Young master. Xian thought for a moment and couldn't help but shout, "This Son of Heaven's sword looks very gentle, just like the teachings of our Confucian cultivators. It's the attitude of a modest gentleman. But young master should know that when the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses will fall and blood will flow for thousands of miles. If young master touches the Son of Heaven's sword's reverse scale, you will definitely provoke the Son of Heaven's sword. The might of the Son of Heaven is far from what we poor people can compare to." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xiaohua, who was originally hesitant, looked up to the sky and laughed. "What is the Son of Heaven? It's called having a genius and a son. What is the Son of Heaven? The Son of Heaven is where the people go. This Son of Heaven's sword doesn't face the people's hearts and suppresses the innocent. How can it become the Son of Heaven's sword? In the Kunlun mirror, there is no heaven and no earth. How can this Son of Heaven's sword be called the Son of Heaven's sword? Now, I am not talented, but I will hold up the sky for you. Since I am the sky in the Kunlun mirror, this Son of Heaven's sword should be in my hands." After laughing, the golden light around Xiaohua's body flourished again. Countless hurricanes rushed out of the mirror and landed in Xiaohua's golden body. The golden body, which was originally hundreds of feet tall, became even bigger, reaching hundreds of feet tall. In this space, it was like a demon god. "Young master." Xian clenched her hands tightly. Her body trembled slightly. Her eyes looked at Xiaohua's golden body, and an unconcealable light was released involuntarily. "Rise." Xiaohua waved his hand. In his huge palm, the heaven and earth sleeve technique was used and firmly covered the Son of Heaven's sword. Then, with a loud shout, he raised his hand and wanted to pick up the Son of Heaven's sword. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing came from the Son of Heaven's sword. Following this sound, a deterrence that was not inferior to the Kunlun mirror came from the Son of Heaven's sword. Moreover, following this deterrence, thousands of sword lights rushed toward Xiaohua more ferociously than thousands of soldiers and horses. Hiss! It is indeed the wrath of the Son of Heaven. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and slapped his forehead. His vast divine sense was released like the pressure of the sun shrouding art. Although it could not compare to the majesty of the Son of Heaven's sword, it was like a howling wind that rushed straight over. Boom! Tens of thousands of tiny whirlwinds appeared out of thin air, and the entire space shook. The smooth surface of the mirror and the surroundings emitted a creaking sound, and rays of clear light swayed in a very disorderly manner within the space. Pfft! Xiaohua's golden body deflated, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Before the blood could dissipate, Xiaohua gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. The spiritual fire flew out and landed in the blood. Ga. Like a fire bird that had been reborn from blood, the edges of the spiritual fire flashed with traces of blood. It expanded rapidly in midair and instantly turned into several acres, covering the Son of Heaven's sword. The moment the Son of Heaven's sword, which was like thousands of soldiers and horses, touched the spiritual fire, it immediately melted and disappeared. Even the unparalleled power of the Son of Heaven's sword was greatly weakened by the spiritual fire. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw this. He stretched out his hand, and his entire right arm turned into flames. The flames were not only spiritual fire, but there were also bits of black flames between the threads of fire. The threads of fire jumped on the side of Xiao Hua's arm and turned into thousands of fire birds that danced. The black flames also roared and turned into devils that wreaked havoc beside these fire birds. Bringing the fire birds and devils, Xiao Hua's fire arm followed behind the spiritual fire and grabbed at the Son of Heaven's sword. Rumble. The Son of Heaven's sword let out a roar that sounded like heavenly thunder. It was as if the Son of Heaven was enraged as he looked down on the 9 provinces from above. The sword light that was previously charging forward had now completely turned into a faint gold. It was like a war chariot that crushed space in midair and charged toward the spiritual fire. Anger. 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 Xiao Hua also roared. His left arm that did not transform into flames waved in midair, and 9 lightning balls that were dozens of feet in size also let out a loud roar and fell from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed. The 9 heavenly lightning bolts were one step ahead of the spiritual fire and smashed onto the sword light that was like a chariot. The lightning was like the sun, and the sword light collapsed with a bang. It was even more tragic than 10,000 horses falling to the ground. Although the majesty of the Son of Heaven's sword barely supported the sword light, the spiritual fire that came whistling over immediately completely wiped out the unyielding sword light. Puff, puff, puff. The spiritual fire surged and increased its speed. The space of nearly 1,000 feet flashed and disappeared, drowning the Son of Heaven's sword. Strange sounds of destruction were heard. The previous brilliance of the Son of Heaven's sword was quickly swallowed by the spiritual fire. Even the light pillar that suppressed the sword trembled slightly in the flames. Roar. It seemed to be the roar of a dragon, but it was also the fury of heaven and earth. Billions of sharp thorns suddenly appeared in the red and yellow spiritual fire. These sharp thorns were like swords, releasing a golden brilliance. As soon as they appeared, they immediately covered the entire spiritual fire. Xiao Hua's spiritual fire, which had always been invincible, was instantly pierced by these light thorns. However, although the spiritual fire was divided into extremely small threads, each wisp of spiritual fire was equally powerful. Puff, puff, puff. Fine sounds like bubbles bursting were heard from his sword light, like the washing of rain. In a few breaths, the spiritual fire and the light thorns disappeared, revealing the appearance of the Son of Heaven's sword inside. At this moment, the Son of Heaven's sword was trembling rapidly, and its brilliance was clearly much dimmer. Chapter 34-62. Xiao Hua's attack did not stop there. Just as the Son of Heaven's sword appeared, the fiery arm immediately reached inside. The 2-colored flame burned the space around the Son of Heaven's sword until it was abnormally distorted. The Son of Heaven's sword could no longer calmly float in its original spot. The entire sword trembled and slashed upward slightly. A gray mark hundreds of feet long flashed in midair. The sword beam streaked past the end of the gray mark and instantly pierced towards the fiery arm. Boom! The moment the Son of Heaven's sword moved, the beam of light that was suppressing the Son of Heaven's sword collapsed. The Son of Heaven's sword phantom on the Son of Heaven's sword shook slightly and looked like it was about to collapse. When Xian saw this, ecstasy appeared on her face. Without any hesitation, she waved the golden hairpin in her hand. A golden-green river of stars rushed out from the golden hairpin and headed straight for the Son of Heaven's sword phantom. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of horses and spears clashing could be heard from the phantom and the river of stars. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting inside. In just the blink of an eye, the Son of Heaven's sword phantom that was stubbornly resisting flashed a few times and dimmed. Hum. The golden sword that had been suppressed suddenly let out a long howl. The sword beam extended, but the golden sword beam only extended about 3 feet before dimming and rapidly retreating. The figure of an elder that could be vaguely seen on the giant sword flashed a few times before slowly disappearing. under the golden hairpin's golden green light, only a flying sword was left. Xianxian's face was bleak as she called out softly for her father. Unfortunately, the flying sword was cold and she did not hear any response. Xian did not dare to be negligent. She waved her hand, wanting to grab the flying sword. However, the flying sword wailed and with a flash of sword beam, it slashed at Xianxian's arm. Xian saw the danger and did not dodge. Pfft! Blood flashed as the flying sword slashed into her flesh. Strangely, the moment the blood touched the flying sword immediately stopped. Its brilliance faded and it obediently landed in Xian's hand. There was no joy on Xian's face. She carefully hugged the flying sword and looked up at the sky. At that moment, the space that had been sealed beneath the flaming arm was easily cleaved apart by the Son of Heaven's sword. The Son of Heaven's sword had already stabbed into the flaming arm. The extremely arrogant flaming arm was easily sliced into two by the Son of Heaven's sword edgeless. Ouch! An indescribable pain rose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. He looked on helplessly as the severed arm turned into a charred mass and disappeared in midair. Black flames rolled rapidly around the severed arm of the embodiment. The golden sword light flashed like lightning in front of the black flames. The severed arm could not be regenerated. Shwa! The Son of Heaven's sword was raised again, and another gray sword mark appeared. This time, the Son of Heaven's sword's target was Xiao Hua's head. Young Lord! In the distance, Xian turned pale with fright and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, she was too far away and not only could her voice not reach him, even her worries would be for naught. Xian raised her hand and looked at the golden hairpin in her hand. She clenched her teeth and stabbed the golden hairpin into her heart. Woo! The golden hairpin immediately turned blood red and flew out of Xian's hand. It was faster than a shooting star. It drew a bloody mark in mid-air and charged straight at the Son of Heaven's sword. The Son of Heaven's sword slashed out and all 9 provinces submitted. This sword even caused the space in front of Xiao Hua to collapse. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Go! Xiao Hua's figure flashed and hurriedly waved his hand. The seal of ocean overturning seal roared and rushed out to meet the Son of Heaven's sword. Shwa! There was no suspense at all. The seal of ocean overturning seal merely blocked the Son of Heaven's sword and was immediately split into 2. The roaring coiling dragon was also split into 2 from head to tail. At this moment, Xiao Hua saw that there was no way to dodge. Just as the Son of Heaven's sword was about to slash down on his forehead, woo! A blood-red light flashed and the golden hairpin appeared at the end of the Son of Heaven's sword. Boom! Another loud sound. The golden hairpin hit the Son of Heaven's sword. Unfortunately, although the golden hairpin was powerful, it was still a mantis blocking a chariot. The Son of Heaven's sword only shook a little and the golden hairpin was sent flying. The Son of Heaven's sword that could split heaven and earth continued to slash down. Young master. Xian's heart was in pain. She had not even tasted the joy of saving her father and she immediately had to pick another bitter fruit. Just as Xian was crying blood, suddenly, a brilliant light appeared above her head. That formless nascent soul had appeared from the top of Xiao Hua's head. The nascent soul's 2 small hands formed hand seals and pieces of mirror light appeared. Pieces of mirror surfaces blocked the Son of Heaven's sword at the same time. Ka 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 ka. Countless crisp sounds rang out in the air. These mirror surfaces continuously appeared in front of the Son of Heaven's sword. However, these mirror surfaces were continuously shattered by the Son of Heaven's sword. Seeing that the nascent soul's spell to control the ice sea mirror was effective, Xiao Hua felt a joy of escaping death. He took advantage of this opportunity to quickly dodge. Then, the nascent soul waved its hand again. Shwa! Several beams of light appeared from the surrounding mirror surfaces and shone in front of Xiao Hua. A huge Kunlun mirror appeared. Boom! The Son of Heaven's sword struck again. The entire Kunlun mirror shattered with a bang, turning into millions of fragments. However, all of these fragments flashed with residual light. When these lights shone in front of the Son of Heaven's sword, the entire space was filled with a grayish-white color. Cracks appeared in the space. "Come out," there was another soft shout. The nascent soul was very calm. It rubbed its hand again and dozens of beams of light appeared again. Around the spatial cracks, 4 Kunlun mirrors appeared at the same time. The flashing mirror lights sealed the area around the Son of Heaven's sword. The Son of Heaven's sword was like a galloping horse. It finally had no way out here. After blocking left and right in the space, it gradually calmed down. At this moment, 4 huge fire arms stretched out from the 4 Kunlun mirrors at the same time. Just like the Son of Heaven's sword that had broken them, they grabbed at the Son of Heaven's sword from 4 directions. The Son of Heaven's sword slashed and one of the fire arms in front of its head shook slightly. It was as if it was a mirror-like shadow and did not break. Then, the Son of Heaven's sword pounced towards the fire arm beside it. However, the strange thing was that when the Son of Heaven's sword slashed 4 fire arms in a row, these 4 fire arms were actually nothingness. None of them were broken. Furthermore, just as the Son of Heaven's sword's blade flashed past the last fire arm, the first fire arm quickly grabbed the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword in a flash. Roar! The Son of Heaven's sword roared angrily again. The sword body trembled rapidly, as if it was about to break free from the fire arm. Hum! Countless flames and black flames surged out from the fire arm, completely covering the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword. The fist-sized heart was also injected with black flames and flames at the same time, turning red, yellow, and black. Swoosh! The fire arm trembled slightly. The 4 Kunlun mirrors once again emitted a powerful light, imprisoning the Son of Heaven's sword. After a full meal, the Son of Heaven finally calmed down. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. His voice shook the sky. The 4 Kunlun mirrors instantly turned into fireflies. As Xiaohua raised his hand, the Son of Heaven's sword flashed and pointed at the sky. He chanted, "I hold the Son of Heaven's sword. The world is in my chest. Congratulations, young master, congratulations, young master." Xian, who was hugging the flying sword, flew up weakly with a flushed face. She congratulated the incomparably tall Xiaohua's Dharma body. Xiaohua smiled slightly. His body slowly shrunk until it was the size of an ordinary person. He said with a smile, "Congratulations to you too. You have obtained the flying sword, I have obtained the treasured sword. We have both fulfilled our wishes. Young master's remarkable abilities are far from what I can compare to." Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. She hurriedly replied, "If it wasn't for young master accompanying me this time, not to mention being able to save Jiayan, even my crippled body would have to stay in Saint River." Speaking up to here, Xiaohua glanced at the flying sword in Xian's arms again. He asked with concern, Xian, how do you save your father?" "I don't know if I can help." Speaking of her father, a trace of worry appeared on Xian's face. She said faintly, "Although young master's methods are heaven-defying, father has already used my Xian family's secret technique under the suppression of the Emperor's sword. Like I said before, he needs the help of a rustic grandmaster. Only then can he be awakened with my assistance from the side, but..." Xiaohua said anxiously, "Your father and Xian family's patriarch are not on good terms. Now that he has brought the flying sword back, wouldn't he be walking into a trap?" Seeing Xiaohua's concern for her, Xian pursed her lips and smiled, "Young master, don't worry. This is Elysium, far from hidden immortal continent. I have made many friends in Elysium. Finding 1 or 2 rustic grandmasters is not difficult." "Hee, that's good, that's good." Xiaohua rubbed his hands and smiled happily, "I am also relieved." Speaking up to here, Xian looked at the mirror on the left and asked tentatively, "Young master has already subdued the Emperor's sword. But how do we get out of here? How do I and young master return to the Sage River?" "Hee, that's easy." Xiaohua waved his hand in the air and a simple Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Xian was shocked and asked curiously, "Young master, how did you subdue this Kunlun mirror?" How come I didn't see it?" It was a coincidence." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I used to have a magic treasure. It was a fragment of the Kunlun mirror. When I entered this place earlier, the fragment was fused with the Kunlun mirror. Because that magic treasure had already been refined by me, I can use the real Kunlun mirror if I don't have to. Young master is very talented." Xian sincerely admired and praised again. Xiaohua raised the Kunlun mirror and spat a mouthful of clear air on it. The Kunlun mirror shot out a misty blue light and landed in the air. A passage appeared in front of Xian. Xiaohua put away the Kunlun mirror and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Let's go, I will send you out." "Yes, thank you for your trouble, young master." Xian replied. Her face blushed. She slightly hesitated and sent her soft hand over. Holding Xiaohua's hand, she stepped into the passage with Xiaohua. The passage was actually very short. Before the warmth of Xian's soft hand could warm Xiaohua's heart, a cool breeze blew in front of his eyes and a mist of water hit his face. The two of them had already reached the Sage River. Chapter 3463. The Saint River was still the same Saint River. The thousands of whirlpools on the river were still spinning. However, the sun was already high in the sky. The golden sun shone on the river, making people dizzy just by looking at it. Alas! Xian reluctantly pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand. She looked down at the river and sighed, for people agreed to enter the river, but only 2 returned. "Although you and I both gained something, my heart is still sad." Xiaohua nodded. "Since you and I walked the right path and found the mysterious water palace, then Ci Hui and Master Guzhen walked the wrong path. I'm afraid they died long ago. The dead are gone, and the living want a better life. Xian, I have something urgent to do, so I'm afraid I can't go with you to find them." I never thought of asking you to go." Xian was a little angry and threw her hand out of Xiaohua's hand. "Now that we're here, I still don't know your name. How can I dare to let you go with me?" This. Xiaohua was very embarrassed, and said with a smile, "Actually, I already told you before, but you didn't care." "Oh? When? How come I didn't know?" Xian was stunned. Xiaohua smiled. I'm called Xiaohua. Xiao as in Xiaohua, Hua as in Xiaohua. Didn't I already tell you?" Xiaohua. Xian couldn't help but laugh. She raised her fist and hammered Xiaohua's chest a few times, and said angrily, "You call this announcing your name?" Xiaohua felt sweet in his heart, as if he was enjoying it very much. After a moment, Xian's neck turned red. She took out a white flower similar to Xine and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "Xiao Gongzi, this is this concubine's keepsake. This concubine won't tell you where my Xine family is. After all, this concubine doesn't know how to get along with the Xine family in the future. If you want, you can go to the Jianghu kingdom to find this concubine. Just give this token to the queen, and she will have a way to inform this concubine." "Okay." Xiaohua took the white flower and carefully put it away. Xian waved her hand, and the strange black and white bird flew out. Xian stepped on it, and looked back with reluctance, and said in a low voice, "Young master, this concubine will go now." If you're doing well, then I'm doing well." Xiaohua nodded. "You have to take care of yourself. When I'm done, I'll definitely go to Jianghu country to look for you." "Good. This concubine will wait for young master's news." Hearing this, Xian's face lit up with joy. The strange bird beneath her spread its wings and flew away with Xian. After flying for several dozen meters, Xian's gaze was still fixed on Xiaohua. Go, go, saving people is more important. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Xianxian's figure finally disappeared. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to fly away, Xianxian's voice came again. Xiao Hua, the queen of the Jianghu country is a national beauty, you shouldn't be charmed by them, if this concubine knows. Humph, ah? Xiao Hua's body trembled as he looked into the distance in astonishment. Xian's, goo. Laughter gradually became softer in his ears. This little girl. Xiao Hua unhappily snorted, she's not as beautiful as Hongxia Fairy, but she's much more jealous. Damn it, why did this young master have feelings for her? Xiao Hua couldn't be blamed. After all, he had been lonely for hundreds of years. Even a cultivator's heart would grow grass. In this Xianshui palace, Xiao Hua and Xian had gone through life and death together several times. Under such circumstances, any man and woman would inevitably feel close to each other, not to mention Xiao Hua had risked his life several times for Xian, and won her heart. In the end, Xiao Hua showed his might, took the emperor's sword and Kunlun mirror, and saved Xian's father. This kind of great kindness could only make Xian repay it with her body, right? Of course, if Xiao Hua could accompany Xian and save Xian's father from the sword, that would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still thinking about Jianghu, and Ci Hui's life or death was unknown. Xiao Hua could only go to Jinshan Temple by himself. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua was bargaining with Ci Hui, he had fully considered this accident and asked about the situation of Jinshan Temple. Now that he had bid farewell to Xian, Xiao Hua looked at the sun above his head. His figure swayed, and he flew in the direction of Jinshan Temple. After flying for half an hour, the mountain ridge gradually became steeper. The trees all over the mountain gradually became thicker, and the people gradually became fewer. Even the commonly seen temples in Elysium couldn't be seen. Xiao Hua's heart unconsciously jumped. He had a bad feeling that he seemed to be lost again. But when he looked up at the sky, he didn't know when, but the scorching sun was in the sky, and the sky was covered with dense red clouds. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds, and there wasn't a trace of wind in the whole world. This told him that a huge array had enveloped the world. Damn it, there's going to be a big storm. Xiao Hua sighed, even if this young master wants to find someone to ask, I can't. Helpless, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and casually looked around. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua suddenly discovered that at the foot of a mountain, next to a stream, under a Bodhi tree, there was a little monk sitting upright. This little monk looked to be around 10 years old. He was wearing an ordinary monk's robe, and his teeth were white and his lips were red. In front of the little monk was a flat piece of land, and there were a dozen or so stones placed on it. Woo! At this moment, a light wind blew from the horizon, gently blowing Xiao Hua's scholarly robe. Along with this light wind, thousands of fierce winds gradually formed. That fierce wind not only wreaked havoc in the sky, but also the green trees and forests between the mountain peaks were blown askew by this fierce wind. Little monk. Xiao Hua used the wind escape technique to land in front of the little monk, and hurriedly shouted, "A big storm is coming, why are you still here? Where is your temple? This one will send you back." Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, the little monk's face revealed a smile. He opened his eyes, and his pair of eyes shined like stars. The little monk opened his mouth, and his words almost scared Xiao Hua, "You finally came?" Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned, and his heart became alert. Golden light flashed around his body, and he coldly asked, "Who are you? How did you know this one was coming?" Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that if someone knew he was coming, who else could it be besides the person who built the Shaolin Long Temple? Immediately, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept over the little monk, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, who are you? Could it be that you came from the Shaolin Long Temple on the snowy mountain? Were you waiting for this one here?" Hee hee. The little monk was very indifferent. He pointed in front of him, and said with a smile, "Benefactor, don't be anxious. Sit down and finish this game of chess first." This little monk will break it down for you one by one. Play chess. Xiaohua looked at the stones on the ground. Sure enough, these stones were divided into two halves, and there were also some lines drawn under the stones. Senior is in a good mood. Xiaohua didn't dare to relax. He cupped his hands and said, however, at this time, a storm is coming. Even if you want to play chess, you still need to find a place to take shelter from the rain, right? Ha ha ha, benefactor's words are wrong. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As long as your heart is calm, where will the storm come from? The little monk smiled and pointed his finger to the sky. Sure enough, the mountain where the wind was still roaring suddenly stopped. After a few breaths, the clouds that sealed the sky slowly dispersed. In the clear sky, a blazing sun revealed a smiling face. The little monk was smiling under the shade of a tree. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the little monk in disbelief, and then looked at the sky. Xiaohua, who had mastered the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, could now make the weather change. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to make such a large area of storm stop with just a point of his finger. Without green seal characters, spells, and magic power. Xiaohua was sincerely convinced. He cupped his hands and said, Senior's method is good, this one has learned. Sit down. Let's play this game of chess first. The little monk faintly smiled and pointed with his finger. Xiaohua had no choice but to sit down. He lowered his head to look at the chessboard and said with a bitter smile, Senior, this one's talent is naughty and mischievous. I don't know how to play chess. Hee hee, it's simple. This poor monk will teach you. I guarantee that you will be able to learn it in one try. The little monk faintly smiled and pointed at the chessboard on the ground. Xiaohua listened with rapt attention. After a short while, he understood. There were only a dozen chess pieces on the ground, and they were divided into two groups. Moreover, the lines on the ground were limited. No matter how difficult it was easy for a cultivator like Xiaohua. Senior. Xiaohua frowned and said, It's that simple? It's that simple. The little monk raised his hand, picked up a stone and threw it forward. It landed on one of the intersections. He casually said, It's your turn. Okay. Xiaohua lowered his head and stretched out his hand. Just as he was about to pick up a stone from his side, he glanced at it and asked curiously, Senior, why is there one missing? Oh, that's right. The little monk raised his eyes and looked. He couldn't help but become slightly angry. This Wang Bianfei is too shameless. He actually took away the chess piece. No wonder he won against this poor monk yesterday. Wang Bianfei? Xiaohua was stunned. He asked curiously, Senior, who is this? Don't care about him. The little monk looked left and right. He didn't see any stones. He simply used his hand to touch his chest and took out a black triangle. He threw it to Xiaohua and said, Use this as a chess piece. No need. Senior, I have one here. Xiaohua caught the triangle. He waved his right hand and picked up a stone from a distance and placed it on the ground. The little monk waved his hand generously and said, I'll give this to you. Oh. Okay. Xiaohua looked at the heavy triangle in his hand. He didn't know what this thing was for. However, since it was given by the senior, Xiaohua didn't say anything and casually put it in his chest. He looked at the chess pieces on the ground and very carefully picked one up and threw it on the ground. The so-called way of chess, the rules were very simple. However, it was very difficult to master it. The little monk seemed to be very familiar with this chessboard. He casually broke the move that Xiaohua had been thinking about for a long time. In just a short moment, Xiaohua was defeated by the little monk. Chapter 3464. Senior's chess skills are exquisite. This one is unable to catch up to you. Xiaohua arranged the chess pieces and said with a smile. Then, he looked at the small monk and quietly listened to the small monk's analysis. Unexpectedly, the small monk pointed his finger and said, "You can only comprehend the mysteries of chess when your heart is undistracted. How can you beat this poor monk if your heart is distracted?" Again. Oh. Okay. Xiao Hua looked at the unfathomable small monk and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and began to play according to the small monk's rhythm. The second game was naturally Xiao Hua's loss. However, the situation was much better and the time taken was much longer. Seeing the small monk beaming with joy seemed very satisfying. Without saying anything, Xiao Hua arranged the chess pieces again and began the third game with the small monk. The sun seemed to be hanging above their heads, motionless. However, Xiao Hua and the small monk had already played nearly 30 games. In the beginning, Xiao Hua was not the small monk's opponent. After 5 games, Xiao Hua gradually caught up. After 10 games, Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve. No matter how the small monk threw the chess pieces, Xiao Hua was able to easily defeat him. He casually threw the chess pieces and forced the small monk to the brink of death every time. After 15 games, it was a complete copy of Xiao Hua's first game. The small monk was utterly defeated as soon as the game started. He was no longer Xiao Hua's opponent. However, what Xiao Hua did not understand was that the little monk seemed to be very happy with this simple game of Go. Despite being killed one game after another, he did not give up one game after another. Aside from the gradually increasing awkwardness between his brows, the expression in his eyes grew even more intense. After one game, a new one was placed. The small monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and stood up. "I'm not playing anymore. Damn it, you are much better than Wang Bianfei." Ah. Xiao Hua was stunned when he saw the small monk acting shamelessly like a naughty child. However, before Xiao Hua could stand up, the small monk pointed behind Xiao Hua and said, "Hey, isn't that Wang Bianfei? Are you looking for him?" Xiao Hua hurriedly turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. In the distance, there were still specks of light in the forest. Where was the figure of a person? What is the meaning of this? Xiao Hua vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, something that shocked him happened. The small monk sitting in front of him disappeared. How is this possible? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Presently, he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was a nascent soul grandmaster of the Dao sect and a 5-foot golden lotus realm of the Buddhist sect. Which one of his cultivations wasn't enviable? However, this little monk had actually quietly disappeared in front of him. Xiao Hua didn't feel anything at all. How could he not be surprised? What level had this little monk's cultivation reached? However, when he thought of the fact that the other party had been waiting for him at the Little Ling Long Temple on the Great Snow Mountain 10,000 years ago, he must be at least a Buddha Lord, right? In other people's eyes, he really looked like a child. However, when he thought of this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at the scattered stones on the ground, as well as the vertical and horizontal lines. This so-called chess skill was nothing more than an ordinary country child's play. Why did this senior expert care so much about it? Could it be? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly reached out to take out the black triangle from his bosom. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he unexpectedly discovered that this object was not ordinary. This is a Buddhist treasure. Xiao Hua immediately understood. This little monk was probably waiting here for this object. Immediately after, Xiao Hua used his Buddhist sense to take a look. However, he still couldn't see anything. In the end, he used his Dharma eyes to see that this black triangle hid a thumb-sized chess piece. It really is a chess piece. This senior is unfathomable. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eyes. He was truly convinced. Immediately after, Xiao Hua bowed towards the sky. "I am Bodhi. Thank you, Buddha Lord, for bestowing this treasure." He. Suddenly, a light laugh came from afar. Wasn't that the voice of the small monk? Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense and scattered it towards that direction. Oh? Why is there a child here? Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense naturally couldn't catch up with the small monk. However, 100 li away from the Buddhist sense, he saw a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was holding a charcoal pencil and sitting cross-legged in front of a flower and tree that was taller than a person. He was drawing something on the ground in front of him stroke by stroke. The child's clothes looked shabby and several places were sewn with patches. He was also carrying a small embroidered bag on his back. Although this embroidered bag was sewn with needle and thread and rags, it was very clean. Just as Xiao Hua was about to withdraw his Buddhist sense, a person who looked like a servant quickly walked over from the valley not far from the child. Seeing the child, he hurriedly shouted, "Wang Bianfei, why are you here? Quick, quick, Lord Wang is looking for you." Wang Bianfei? Xiao Hua was stunned and secretly said, "Isn't this the Wang Bianfei that the little monk was talking about?" Soon after, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he leaped into the sky and flew towards the place where Wang Bianfei was. When he flew closer, Xiao Hua could already see clearly that this was a small mountain village built in the middle of several mountains. There were more than 100 families in the mountain village. At this time, some people were farming on the mountain and some people were hunting in the mountain ridge. Within the village, women were weaving and planting vegetables, washing and cleaning. There was also a group of children playing and making noise. It was a lively scene of a village. At this time, Wang Bianfei was standing in the courtyard of the largest family in the mountain village. A middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was saying something to him in a sharp voice. Another middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears was arrogantly sitting on a recliner not far away. He was holding a palm leaf fan in one hand and a wine pot in the other. The fat man fanned himself a few times and snorted a few times. He then stuffed the wine pot into his mouth and took a few sips. He looked very free and unfettered. Xiao Hua's body was hidden in the air and he could already hear clearly. He heard the middle-aged man say, "Wang Bianfei, Lord Wang called you over today because he took a fancy to your painting skills. I heard that everything you paint is vivid and lifelike. Today, I want to let you show off your skills." As he spoke, he took out a silver ingot from his bosom and said with a smile, "If your painting can satisfy Lord Wang, then this silver ingot is yours." Wang Bianfei glanced at the silver ingot. His expression did not change and he did not accept the silver ingot. He only slightly nodded and said, "Head butler, please tell this lowly one what to paint today." If this lowly one's painting can't satisfy Lord Wang, how can this lowly one dare to accept this silver ingot? To others, it is extremely difficult, but to you, it is very simple. The skinny butler slightly smiled and put the silver ingot back into his bosom. Wang Bianfei slightly frowned. He looked at Lord Wang who was not far away and then looked at the butler. He bit his lips and said in a low voice, "Head butler, this lowly one has a question. I don't know if I should ask." "There is no harm in speaking." The head butler very generously waved his hand. Although this lowly one knows how to paint, this lowly one is still small and clumsy. It is impossible for this lowly one to satisfy Lord Wang. Wang Bianfei opened his mouth and his words were mature again. "If Lord Wang has any important matters, please feel free to invite the great painters in Pingxi City to do it. This lowly one knows that his painting is not worth a silver ingot. Hee, since Lord Wang asked you to come, he naturally has his own plans." The butler looked at Wang Bianfei with some astonishment. He really did not expect Wang Bianfei, a child who was not even 10 years old, to be able to think so much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to ask so many questions. Just focus on painting." Wang Bianfei nodded and said, "This lowly one understands." Immediately after, the butler walked to the fatty's side and whispered a few words. The fatty waved his hand to indicate that he understood. The butler then brought Wang Bianfei into the backyard. The backyard was a place that was similar to a garden. A lady dressed in gorgeous clothes was sitting on a swing. The butler brought Wang Bianfei forward and pulled Wang Bianfei, saying, "Aren't you going to greet young lady?" "Yes, this lowly one greets young lady." As if he understood something, Wang Bianfei calmly bowed and greeted. Get up." The young lady seemed to have something on her mind. She absent-mindedly waved the circular fan in her hand a few times and said. Seeing that the young lady did not pay attention to Wang Bianfei, the butler hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei to the side and said in a low voice, "Lord asked you to come here today because he wants you to paint a portrait of the young lady. This is very important. You must paint it well. As long as Lord and young lady are satisfied, that silver ingot just now will be yours." "Yes, this lowly one understands." Wang Bianfei nodded vigorously. "This lowly one will do his best to paint it well." "Good." The butler clapped his hands and said, "It's up to you." After saying that, the butler waved his hand and a few servants who were already at the side immediately brought over a desk, rice paper, brush, ink and other items. After the servants had arranged the items properly, a few servant girls quickly walked over and opened up the rice paper and other items and put them away. There was even a little girl who walked to the side of the desk and prepared to grind an ink stick. Wang Bianfei hurriedly waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He walked to the side of the inkstone and carefully took out the ink stick. He poured some clear water into the inkstone and slowly ground it. At the same time, he frowned and stared at the young lady who was also frowning while sitting on the swing. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire back garden was silent except for the sound of the wind. A few servants and servant girls were puzzled, but they did not dare to make a sound. They stole glances at Wang Bianfei and then at the butler. The butler patiently waited for a while, but when he saw Wang Bianfei's reaction, he looked left and right and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. He quietly retreated to the entrance of the garden and looked at the Lord and Wang Bianfei in the distance. "That's strange, what is this? Even if he wants to paint a portrait for this young lady, he should find an adult painter. There may not be any in this village, but there are plenty in Pingxi City. There's no reason to find this child." Xiao Hua, who was invisible in the air, felt a little strange and secretly said, "Moreover, there are only 100 or so families in this village. How can there be such a rich Lord Wang? He is 10 times or even 100 times richer than a local rich man." He looked at Wang Bianfei again. He stared straight at the young lady for more than enough time to eat a meal. Then, he slightly closed his eyes and composed himself. He then turned around and walked to the front of the desk. He lifted his foot and stepped on a small stool that had been prepared earlier. He reached out and picked up a slightly thick brush from the brush washer. He dipped the brush in the thick ink of the inkstone and waved his hand to draw on the rice paper. Chapter 3465. Xiao Hua was very curious and leaned over to take a look. He saw that Wang Bianfei's first few strokes were actually drawing around the entire xian paper. Not to mention a human figure, even a graffiti seemed to look better than Wang Bianfei's few strokes. However, in just a few breaths, Wang Bianfei only slightly drew on these lines, and an extremely plump woman's silhouette was revealed. Good. Xiao Hua didn't know how to draw, but seeing how confident Wang Bianfei was and how he didn't even look at the woman, and how his brush seemed to have the help of the gods, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, such an intelligent child is indeed rare in this world. And at this moment, he also understood why Lord Wang didn't look for other painters. Wang Bianfei used a thick brush to outline the rough outline of the portrait. Then, he picked up a small, thin brush to draw on the outline in detail. In the end, he took out a small, rough red brush from his embroidery bag and slightly modified the cheeks and lips of the portrait. Finally, he took a deep breath and took out the thickest brush from the brush washer. He dipped it in ink and touched the eyes of the portrait twice with lightning speed. Xiao Hua felt his eyes light up. The person on the xian paper seemed to have come alive. That kind of bashfulness, that kind of blurred mental journey, all of a sudden revealed the thoughts of the young lady on the swing. Good. Xiao Hua forgot that he was hiding at the side and almost called out. Fortunately, Wang Bianfei was concentrating on brewing and didn't notice. When he put away the brush, he raised his head and called out, "Housekeeper, I'm done drawing." After finishing the portrait, Wang Bianfei's high spirits immediately disappeared. He carefully put down the brush and respectfully said while standing at the side, "Master, master. The housekeeper didn't come over and instead called out. So fast? Lord Wang quickly ran over. The fat on his body trembled and beads of sweat dripped down. The two were originally happy, but when they walked to the front of the desk and saw the portrait Wang Bianfei drew, their faces immediately froze. Master. Seeing this, Wang Bianfei's face also slightly changed. He said in a low voice, could it be? I didn't draw well? Humph. Old Master Wang snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He glanced at the butler. At this moment, the young lady also walked over from the swing. When she saw the portrait, her expression changed greatly. There were tears in her eyes. She covered her face and quickly walked away. The steward's face changed, and he said angrily to Wang Bianfei, don't you have eyes? My family's young miss is as beautiful as a flower, how could you paint her like this? With this painting of yours, how could the son of the deputy county magistrate take a fancy to miss? But. Wang Bianfei was stunned. He looked at his painting in confusion and said curiously, Master, I painted it according to Miss's appearance. It's exactly the same. Wang Yifei didn't understand the inside story, but Xiao Hua, who was in midair, had a clear mind. Sure enough, that housekeeper pointed his finger at the left cheek of the portrait and shouted, my family's miss clearly doesn't have a mole here, why did you draw one here? Master, I've been wronged. Wang Bianfei hurriedly defended himself. Miss clearly has a black mole on her left cheek, and it's not small. There are 4 more on it. Shut up. The steward slapped Wang Bianfei's face and said angrily, quickly, remove this black mole. No. Wang Bianfei's face was red with 5 finger marks. His tears flowed out, but he still clenched his teeth and said, Father said that a painter is the eyes of people. Whatever you see, you have to draw. If you fake it, you're not a painter. Little baby. Master Wang next to him took out a gold ingot from his arms and shook it in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. He smiled and said, if you remove this black mole, I'll give you this gold ingot. Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei looked at the gold ingot, slightly bit his lips and shook his head. No, I saw it, so I have to draw it, humph. Master Wang flung his sleeve and threw the gold ingot on the ground. He said coldly, if it weren't for this black mole, I wouldn't have asked you to draw it. After saying that, he panted and left. Wang Bianfei, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The steward looked at the gold ingot on the ground and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He carefully picked it up and wiped away the dust on it and said, I know that in your family, only your mother makes a living by weaving and starching. The charcoal and paper that you use to draw every day are all exchanged by your mother's hard work every day and night. Now you only need to gently move the brush and this gold ingot is yours. It's enough for your family's expenses for 10 years. Think about these 10 years, your mother doesn't have to work hard, don't you think that you? At this point, the steward didn't say anything more and looked at Wang Bianfei with confidence. No. Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei still shook his head, as the saying goes, don't do good because it's small, don't do evil because it's small. 1,000 miles of dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. As long as I start to draw a fake painting and lie for the first time, I can't do it again. Pa. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to finish speaking, the steward gave him another slap. The other half of Wang Bianfei's face turned red again. Xiao Hua was slightly angry and raised his hand. But just as he was about to make a move, he frowned again. He looked left and right and asked curiously, this Wang Bianfei should be that senior's friend despite the difference in age, right? With that senior's divine ability, it's impossible that he doesn't know about this matter. Why doesn't he make a move? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua also put down his hand and looked on with interest. Master. Wang Bianfei's tears fell down, feeling very wronged. Unfortunately, the steward still didn't plan to let him go. He pointed at the painting and said coldly, Wang Bianfei, look at what you've drawn. It doesn't look like my family's young miss at all. I won't let you remove the mole. This rice paper is 1 tael of silver. You can leave after you pay the money. You. Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Where do I have 1 tael of silver? You also didn't say that I have to pay the money if I don't draw well. I don't care so much. Since your drawing doesn't look like it, you have to pay the money. I can draw whatever I see. How can my drawing not look like it? Wang Bianfei argued. How about master let the young miss compare with this painting? Is the young miss someone you can see whenever you want? The steward sneered. Unless you can prove that whatever you draw looks like it, otherwise, Wang Bianfei might not be able to tell that this was a small trap, but Xiao Hua understood. However, with him here, he wasn't afraid that Wang Bianfei's life would be in danger. Thus, he simply flew to the top of the wall and sat there to watch. However, after that little monk disappeared, he didn't appear again. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness several times, but there was no trace of him within 100 li. Master, how do you want me to prove it? Wang Bianfei took the bait as expected. After all, he couldn't afford to pay that tael of silver. The steward's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile and said, "This is easy. I will invite your mother from home and let her be locked together with my family's vicious dog. As long as you can draw a tiger that scares the vicious dog, it will prove that your drawing is good. If you can't, tsk, either you let the vicious dog eat your mother, or you remove the mole from this painting." You. Wang Bianfei didn't think that he would suddenly drag his mother into this. His mind was in a mess. Men. Steward E ordered, tie up Wang Bianfei's mother and bring her here. Yes. The nearby servants had already responded and hurriedly left. But, I have never seen a tiger before. How can I draw this? Wang Bianfei's face turned red as he hurriedly explained. Steward E flicked his sleeve and left with his head raised. Mother. Wang Yifei cried and stumbled as he ran out. The servants were in high spirits. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to plead with Master Wang, they had already brought Wang Bianfei's mother over. Wang Bianfei's mother looked to be around 30 years old. However, the hair on her temples was already white and there were many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Even that pair of eyes were slightly squinted. Clearly, she had been working very hard under the oil lamp at night. Son, how did you offend Master Wang? Hurry up and apologize to him. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what happened. Seeing the Wang family servants' ferociousness, she was already trembling in fear. The moment she entered the courtyard, she hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, before Wang Bianfei could reply, woof woof. A few fierce dog barks sounded and a dog cage that was taller than a person was already carried out. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to be extremely afraid of dogs. Upon hearing this sound, she immediately collapsed onto the ground. Mother. Wang Bianfei didn't seem to think that his mother would be so afraid of dogs. Because in the past, whenever he encountered dogs, it was always his mother who stood in front of him. However, at this moment, he had already forgotten that he was afraid of dogs and bravely rushed over. However, evil people were fiercer than dogs. Without waiting for him to run over, a servant blocked him. The other 2 servants even lifted up his mother and threw her into the dog cage. Although the vicious dog had already been chained to a corner of the dog cage, the vicious dog still pounced on Wang Bianfei's mother. The dog's barks blew up Wang Bianfei's mother's hair and the vicious dog's saliva even splashed onto her body. Wang Bianfei's mother's 4 limbs trembled. She couldn't stand at all. She used all her strength to hold onto the wooden stick on the dog cage. The fingernails on her hands were all turning blue. Son, how did you offend Master Wang? Hearing his mother's voice that was close to a moan coming from her throat, Wang Bianfei bit his lip so hard that blood trickled out. His hands clenched tightly and the tears that flowed out stopped at this moment. He glanced at the triumphant housekeeper and shouted, "Bring the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone over." Alrighty. The housekeeper laughed and waved his hand. You should have known better. Why did you have to do this? However, when the servants brought the writing table over, to the housekeeper's surprise, Wang Bianfei didn't remove the mole on the drawing nor did he redraw it. Instead, he focused on drawing the tiger stroke by stroke. Chapter 3466. Xiao Hua was also filled with righteous indignation as he watched from the high wall. Even though he was already a nascent soul master, he still couldn't help but want to take action when he saw such an evil thing. However, when he saw Wang Bianfei unyieldingly draw the tiger, his heart moved again. He looked at the lady in the dog cage and saw that there was no danger to her life. Moreover, the metal chain was extremely sturdy. He stopped and watched with great interest as Wang Bianfei drew the tiger. He wanted to see how Wang Bianfei's tiger would be able to scare the evil dog. Unfortunately, after a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. It was very simple. Wang Yifei's tiger was not a tiger at all. Instead, it was like a cat, an enlarged cat. Is this what it means to draw a tiger but not a cat? Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. The evil housekeeper's face was originally ugly, but when he saw Wang Yifei's tiger, he unconsciously became happy. Knowing that Wang Yifei didn't know how to draw a tiger, he had to modify the young Mrs. portrait according to his own calculations. Moreover, he also understood that his young Mrs. face was flawed. He absolutely couldn't let the painters in Pingxi City draw it. In that case, before the young Mrs. portrait was sent to the county magistrate's mansion, the county magistrate's son would already know. Although this Wang Yifei was young, he seemed to draw better than ordinary painters. His master really had to rely on this Wang Yifei. How about it? The evil housekeeper laughed. You want to scare the evil dog with this tiger? Do you want me to release the evil dog? But Wang Yifei's face turned red. I said that I can draw anything that I have seen. I have never seen this tiger before. The evil housekeeper grinned. Whether you see it or not is your business. Whether you release the dog or not is my business. Master, master. Wang Yifei saw that the evil housekeeper was about to raise his hand. His eyes turned and he hurriedly ran in front of Master Wang. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Master, can you give me 3 days? No, 1 day, I will go up the mountain. Go up the mountain? Master Wang looked at the side helplessly. Hearing Wang Yifei's pleading, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Wang Yifei shouted, I will go up the mountain to see if there is a tiger. I will come back and draw a real tiger. When old Master Wang heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want Wang Yifei to draw a tiger. He wanted Wang Yifei to draw a portrait of his daughter. Just as old Master Wang was about to get angry, young Miss Wang came out. At this moment, young Miss Wang's face was covered with a veil. She said a few words in front of old Master Wang, then turned around and left. Old Master Wang looked at his daughter with pity. He raised his hand and said, All right, I'll give you 1 day. Go and come back quickly. If by this time tomorrow, you still can't draw a tiger that can scare the evil dogs, don't blame me. Yes, yes, I understand. Wang Bianfei hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to his mother, shouting, Mother, wait for your son for a day, your son will definitely save you from inside. Wang Bianfei's mother did not understand what had happened, but she understood that her son wanted to go up the mountain to find the tiger. She was originally frightened by the vicious dog, but at this time, she did not know where the courage came from. She stood up from the ground and said anxiously, Son, you are not even 10 years old, how can you go up the mountain by yourself? How can you escape from the tiger's mouth? Don't worry about mother, mother would rather be eaten by this vicious dog than let you go up the mountain. With that, Wang Bianfei's mother walked towards the vicious dog. Wang Bianfei was scared out of his wits, but the servants next to him were nimble. They hurriedly took a few wooden forks and pressed the vicious dog that pounced on Wang Bianfei's mother to the ground. Mother. Wang Bianfei gritted his teeth and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, boy secretly went up the mountain to draw last year. He also saw the tiger, but he did not draw it. This time, boy went up the mountain to secretly take a look. He will come back immediately after drawing the tiger. There will be no problem. But even after listening to Wang Bianfei's explanation, Wang Bianfei's mother was still not at ease. Just as she was about to say something, Wang Biafei waved his hand and hurriedly ran out of the Wang family. He said while running, "Mother, boy will be back soon, it will be very fast." After Wang Biafei left, only a few dog barks could be heard in the Wang family's courtyard. The servants were all silent. That evil housekeeper did not expect things to develop like this. "What are you waiting for?" Lord Wang raised his head and shouted at the housekeeper, "Why are you still not following Wang Biafei? If he really went up the mountain, how can a child like him be the tiger's opponent?" "Lord, don't worry." The housekeeper hurriedly smiled. Wang Biafei was just saying. "This lowly one has never gone up the mountain to see the tiger. Where can he find the tiger? He probably went to the mountain and saw that he could not go up the mountain, so he naturally came back. Go quickly." Lord Wang impatiently said in anger, "This is what Miss said. You can't even do such a small thing, what a fool." Yes, this lowly one will go now." The housekeeper promised and hurriedly left with 2 servants. Not long after, a servant girl hurriedly came out from the backyard. She said a few words in front of Lord Wang and hurriedly went out. Lord Wang's face showed helplessness. He waved his hand and ordered a few servants to carry Wang Biafei's mother out of the dog cage and bring her to a firewood room at the side. "This miss is not bad." Xiao Hua stood in the air and watched, nodding slightly. Then his figure flew up again and followed Wang Biafei, who was running in the distance. Behind Wang Biafei, there were naturally the housekeeper and a few others. However, these people chased Wang Biafei out of the village and lost him. After all, the mountain village was surrounded by fields and could go up the mountain from anywhere. Wang Biafei was also small, so who knew where he went? "Housekeeper." A servant looked at the road leading up the mountain and said with a smile, "Wang Biafei is only a child, how can he go up the mountain by himself? Besides, this mountain is so big, where is he going to find a tiger? Don't worry, even if he goes, he will come back in less than half a day when it's dark. You and I don't have to accompany him to run around blindly." "Humph, how can I go up the mountain?" "Go, bring the wine and meat, I will wait here for that kid to escape back." The housekeeper ordered and sat down on a stone. The other 2 servants secretly went back. Looking at the corner of the mountain village, the servant girl who came out earlier also came out of a small courtyard. Behind her was an old hunter with white hair and beard. The servant girl returned to the Wang family's courtyard and the old hunter quickly went up the mountain. Xiao Hua flew in the air while invisible, overlooking everything that happened in this small mountain village. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who said that the Pure Land world is a paradise? Not to mention that there are wild beasts and evil dogs here, there are also a lot of evil people and evil deeds here. It is no different from the hidden immortal continent. People, won't change their nature just because they are in a different place. Clasping his hands behind his back, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and followed Wang Biafei up the mountain. He didn't understand why the so-called senior led him to this small mountain village and why he met Wang Biafei. However, he was also patient. It was only a day, he wanted to see how things would end in the end. This was not out of the Wang family's servant's expectation. However, this servant only guessed half of it right. This mountain was indeed big. Wang Biafei couldn't find the tiger in a day. However, what he didn't guess was that Wang Biafei didn't hesitate at all and went up the mountain by following the vague mountain path. However, this mountain was really big. Wang Biafei went straight for nearly half a day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he was still groping in the mountain forest and didn't even see a tiger's hair. Of course, Xiao Hua knew where the tiger was. However, he didn't need to remind him. The old hunter found Wang Biafei's trace and went up the mountain from the side. He even took advantage of Wang Biafei's blind groping to catch a tiger cub from the tiger's den and went to meet Wang Biafei. This was definitely an intentional chance encounter. Wang Biafei saw the old hunter. When he saw the tiger cub in the old hunter's hand, Wang Biafei hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa Zhang, did you catch a tiger cub?" "Oh. Wang family's boy, it's so late, why are you still on the mountain?" The old hunter naturally didn't reveal any trace of his whereabouts. He was very surprised and shouted, "Quickly go down the mountain, it's already late, it's too dangerous here." "Grandpa, where did you catch this tiger? Are you going back to the village?" Wang Biafei asked somewhat anxiously. The old hunter smiled and said, "Grandpa is old, how can I catch a tiger? This tiger cub was picked up by Grandpa on the road. Now, I am going to send it back to the tiger's den." Why do you want to send it back?" Wang Biafei didn't understand. "Little guy, if you don't go home, won't your mother look for you all over the village?" The old hunter smiled and said, "If this tiger cub is missing, won't that dumb insect look for you all over the mountain? And it is very likely that it will directly rush into our village, that will be troublesome." Hearing the old hunter mention his mother, Wang Biafei couldn't help but cry again. After all, he was still a child who was not even 10 years old. "Oh, little boy, what happened to you? Are you lost?" "Don't worry, Grandpa will send this tiger back, and then we will go down the mountain together." The old hunter hurriedly comforted him. But Wang Biafei asked again, "Grandpa, can you take me to the tiger's den? I want to see what a real tiger looks like." You don't want to live anymore?" The old hunter was shocked. He was afraid that the maid who looked for him earlier didn't explain clearly, so he quickly replied, "Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den. Don't forget, a tiger's nose is more sensitive than a dog's, and it can run faster than a dog. Once you get close to its den, it will immediately notice you. It will be too late for you to run away." Then Wang Biafei hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I just want to see a real tiger, it's fine if I don't get close to it." "You silly child." The old hunter smiled and said, "Don't I have a tiger here? Although it's not a big tiger, after you see it, you can think of it as a big tiger, right?" This. Wang Biafei was a little hesitant. Chapter 3467. The old hunter urged, "Little guy, if you want to see it, hurry up. I estimate that there's still more than an hour before the tiger returns to its den. By then, I'll have to send this little tiger back to its den." "Okay, Grandpa, put the tiger down and let me have a good look." Wang Wanfei made up his mind, "I want to draw a picture of a tiger." Not bad, child, you will definitely become a great painter in our Pingxi city." Hearing this, the old hunter finally relaxed. He put the little tiger down and sat at the side to smoke his pipe. The little tiger was much bigger than a cat, but smaller than a dog. It was furry and cute. Wang Wanfei played with the little tiger for a while, then took out a charcoal pencil and started to draw. The little tiger circled around Wang Wanfei while the old hunter watched with a smile. Wang Wanfei's drawing skills were really good. He finished drawing in a moment. However, on the rough paper, the little tiger's charmingly naive look was vivid on the paper. Where was the imposing manner of an adult tiger? Wang Wanfei looked at the tiger drawing and felt like crying. "Child, didn't you draw very well?" The old hunter didn't know the whole story and asked with a smile, "Why are you unhappy?" Wang Wanfei bit his lips, his little face was gloomy like the shadow of dusk. He then asked the old hunter tentatively, "Grandpa, can you tell me where the tiger's den is? I really just want to see." Without waiting for Wang Wanfei to finish, the old hunter's face changed slightly and stood up. He knocked the pipe on the rock a few times and said unhappily, "Child, why do you have to go to the tiger's den? Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den. Today, if it wasn't for Miss Wang." At this point, the old hunter realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. Wang Wanfei was also stunned and asked, "Grandpa, did you say Miss Wang?" It was also at this moment that a gust of wind suddenly blew, and an unpleasant stench came from the foot of the mountain. Oh no! The old hunter saw the strong wind and immediately woke up. He jumped down from the rock and shouted, "Child, run, the tiger is coming." Ouch! The old hunter did not expect the big tiger to come so early and follow its scent to this place. He knew better than Wang Bianfei how powerful the tigers in the mountains were. How could he not panic now? As the saying goes, when one is in a hurry, one makes a mistake. The old hunter stepped on the edge of a rock and fell to the ground. Grandpa. Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright and hurried over to support him. Although the old hunter was old, he was quite agile and immediately jumped up from the ground. However, when he stood on the ground, the old hunter's face was ghastly pale because he had sprained his ankle and it looked very serious. His ankle was visibly swollen. Run, the old hunter pushed Wang Yifei and said, I'm here, dumb insect won't chase you. No. Wang Bianfei panicked at first, but now he calmed down and said seriously, Grandpa came for me, so how can I abandon Grandpa and run away? Even if I die, I want to die in front of my grandfather. Roar. An angry tiger's roar shook the forest in the twilight. The birds were startled and flew away. The fierce wind rose again. The originally cheerful little tiger also raised its head and roared in a low voice. Run. The old hunter saw that the situation was very urgent, so he immediately pulled Wang Bianfei and ran down the mountain. The old hunter was running with a limp, and Wang Bianfei's legs were short, so the two of them couldn't run fast at all. When a huge tiger showed up from the hill, the two of them had only run a distance of several hundred feet. Seeing the big tiger, the little tiger, who was chasing after the two of them, turned around and ran towards the big tiger. The old hunter's face was pale. He grabbed Wang Bianfei's collar and ran even faster without caring about his injured leg. He hoped that the big tiger would see its child and stop chasing them. Unfortunately, the old hunter miscalculated. The big tiger roared and jumped down from the hill. It ran towards the little tiger and caught it with its mouth. Then it continued to chase after the two of them. We're going to die, that was the only thought in the old hunter's mind. However, at that moment, the old hunter's eyes lit up. There was a crack in the mountain wall that was as tall as a person. He grabbed Wang Bianfei and ran towards it without hesitation. Fortunately, the crack was just big enough for one person to enter. The inside of the crack was not too shallow either. It was about 4 feet wide. After the old hunter threw Wang Bianfei in, he squeezed in with his body sideways. Just as the old hunter entered, the tiger pounced on the crack. It slammed its claws on the crack, and the sound of rocks breaking could be heard. It was as if the entire mountain wall was shaking. The old hunter had never been so close to a tiger before. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and crawled into the crack. However, before the old hunter could take more than a few steps, he hit the rock wall and Wang Bianfei. He could not take another step forward. Roar. The tiger pounced on the crack and let out a loud roar. The stench from its bloody mouth really hit them in the face. Then, the tiger stretched out its claws from the crack and tried to grab Wang Bianfei and the old hunter. The tiger's shining claws swayed in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. Different from the old hunter's panic, although Wang Bianfei's little face was also pale, his eyes were filled with surprise. He clenched his little hands tightly and stared at the angry tiger without blinking. Seeing that someone actually dared to look at it, the tiger became even angrier. It crazily attacked the crack, leaving deep marks on the hard rock wall. Fortunately, the tiger was not a demon and did not think of using its tail. Otherwise, the two of them would not have survived. Xiaohua naturally hid himself not far away. Wang Bianfei and the old hunter were not in any danger, so he did not have to do anything. He just watched quietly. The big tiger roared for a whole meal. Seeing that it had no effect, it simply lay on the ground and guarded. The little tiger was also leisurely strolling by the side. At that moment, the sky was completely dark. Inside the crack, Wang Bianfei's eyes were like stars. The tiger's madness just now was deeply imprinted in his mind. He stared at the tiger outside the crack, not daring to close his eyes, for fear that he would forget the tiger's anger. However, a child was still a child after all, especially after being frightened. In less than an hour, his eyes slowly closed. He had experienced too many things today, and only a peaceful sleep was the best place for him to go. Wang Bianfei fell asleep, but the old hunter did not dare to sleep. He exercised his ankle while paying attention to the movement outside the crevice. However, the night wind was getting colder, and it was quiet outside. He could not hear the tiger's voice at all, so the old hunter gradually fell asleep. When the sun rose and the light shone into the crack, the old hunter hurriedly opened his eyes. His feet were getting more and more swollen, and he could not touch the ground at all. However, he still leaned in front of the crack and secretly peeked outside. Roar. An angry roar, followed by another black shadow. The old hunter was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Rip. The tiger's claws tore the old hunter's lapel. The furious tiger had actually waited for an entire night. What should we do? The old hunter sat on the ground, worried because his stomach was growling and his mouth was dry. If the tiger did not leave and stayed here for a day or two, even if they did not starve to death, they would die of thirst. When the tiger roared, Wang Bianfei was also startled awake. He looked around and realized his situation. Looking at the old hunter's worried face, he thought for a while and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I have an idea." "You? What idea do you have?" The old hunter looked at Wang Bianfei. He did not blame Wang Bianfei, but how could he not hate him in his heart? However, Wang Bianfei said confidently, "Grandpa, please wait." As he spoke, Wang Bianfei took out a piece of straw paper and a charcoal pencil from the embroidered bag he carefully placed on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly, then waved the charcoal pencil and drew something on the straw paper. The old hunter naturally did not believe Wang Bianfei. He did not look at him, but stared at the crack with his brows tightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wang Bianfei stopped and put away the charcoal pencil. He looked at the drawing on the straw paper and was very satisfied. However, when he raised the straw paper, he looked at the rock wall again. He thought for a while and said a few words to the old hunter. "What? You're saying that I'm holding the straw paper? But you think that a tiger drawn on the straw paper can scare away a real tiger outside? Are you sure?" The old hunter heard and said in disbelief. Wang Bianfei smiled, "Grandpa, you can try. If it weren't for the fact that I'm short and can't be compared to a tiger, I would have tried it myself." The old hunter looked at the lifelike tiger on the straw paper. Although he did not believe Wang Bianfei's words, his heart was moved. After thinking for a while, the old hunter raised the tiger drawing and slowly walked behind the crack. Roar. As if it had heard the footsteps, the tiger pounced again. However, it was different this time. The tiger suddenly saw another tiger coming out from the crack. It was stunned at first and stared at the tiger drawing for a moment. Then, it growled a few times, grabbed the little tiger by the neck, curled its tail and ran away quickly. The old hunter's hands and feet were trembling. His ears were pricked up and he did not dare to breathe loudly. He waited for a full meal before he carefully jumped out. Looking at the mountain path that was already calm, he looked at the tiger drawing in his hand. He could not believe what had just happened. "Let's go, Grandpa." Wang Bianfei took the tiger drawing from the old hunter's hand and carefully put it away. He looked down the mountain and said firmly. The old hunter nodded. The old and the young cuddled together and slowly walked down the mountain. The housekeeper at the foot of the mountain was now very anxious. He waited at the foot of the mountain until the sky turned dark, but Wang Bianfei did not come down. When he returned to the Wang family to report, he was reprimanded by the young lady of the Wang family and was forced to go up the mountain to search. However, who dared to go up the mountain when the sky turned dark? He could only wait at the foot of the mountain with a few servants and wait until dawn to go up the mountain to search. Chapter 3468. Wang Bianfei wasn't surprised to see Butler Yi go up the mountain. Since Miss Wang could let the old hunter go up the mountain, she could naturally let the butler go up the mountain. However, when he thought of how Butler Yi's idea almost cost him his life, Wang Bianfei's face turned cold. The butler didn't care about Wang Bianfei's attitude. As long as Wang Bianfei didn't die, he could answer to Miss Wang. The old hunter was naturally sent home by the servants while Wang Bianfei was brought back to the Wang family by the butler. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't sleep the entire night. When she saw her son return safely, her vision turned black and she couldn't stand steadily. Wang Bianfei was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to pounce over. However, he was stopped by the butler. Wang Bianfei. The butler sneered, "Your mother is fine. She ate a lot of chicken, duck, and fish last night. Today, you came back. Originally, I wanted to send her back to the dog cage. However, since her body is weak, there's no need to send her back. Our agreement is still in place. If you're not confident, there's still half a day left." Wang Bianfei looked at his unconscious mother with heartache and interrupted the butler, "No need. Let's do it now." "Okay." The butler waved his hand and said, "Bring everything over." Woof woof. The vicious dog barked and was brought into the dog cage. A few servants brought over the desk and the portrait from before. When Wang Yifei's mother heard the dogs barking, she actually slowly woke up. At this moment, Master Wang also walked over slowly and sat on the armchair at the side. Wang Bianfei didn't walk to the desk. Instead, he took out the straw paper from his embroidered bag and walked quickly to the dog cage. The vicious dog in the dog cage saw someone coming and barked even louder. It was unknown whether it was intentional or accidental, but the vicious dog broke free from the chains. The door of the dog cage wasn't closed and the vicious dog pounced out of the dog cage towards Wang Bianfei. "Son!" Wang Bianfei's mother suddenly jumped up from the ground. She no longer cared about her fear of the vicious dog and ran towards Wang Bianfei, wanting to block in front of Wang Bianfei. Looking back at Wang Bianfei, he was calm and collected. Seeing the vicious dog pouncing towards him, he suddenly raised the piece of paper. With a shake of his hand, the picture of a roaring tiger opened. Awoo! The grass paper fluttered in the wind. Although the tiger on the paper was silent, its demeanor was clear, as if it was about to break free from the paper. When the vicious dog saw it, it was so scared that it crawled on the ground and howled. For a moment, it even peed and defecated. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Bianfei's mother, but even the housekeeper and old Master Wang were stunned. "Father." A clear and melodious voice sounded from behind the crowd. "Please let Wang Bianfei go. I was born with a short life, and my face is slightly blemished. Even if Wang Bianfei painted me as a fairy, wouldn't people ignore me when they see me? If he doesn't mind his daughter's flaws, so what if Wang Bianfei paints his daughter's true face? Alas, my daughter. You don't understand." Lord Wang sighed and said, "The first sight is the most important. If the son of the deputy county magistrate saw your true face at first sight, he would definitely not take a second look. But if he didn't see it, he would naturally have a good impression. Even if he saw it again, he might not care." But Miss Wang hesitated and didn't know how to continue. At this moment, Wang Bianfei bit her lips, looked at Miss Wang and whispered a few words. "Oh." Miss Wang was stunned and immediately understood. She sighed and said, "Perhaps, this is the only way." As she spoke, Miss Wang walked to the door of the backyard. She raised her hand and a round fan was raised, covering her left cheek. The morning light was bright and beautiful, and the red plum blossoms were in full bloom. Outside the moon, there was a girl holding a round fan. Her beautiful face was half exposed, and it was really moving. "Good, good, good." Seeing Wang Bianfei's painting of a beauty, old Master Wang clapped his hands excitedly. He took out a large ingot of gold and threw it into Wang Bianfei's hand. He shouted, "This is my real daughter. Wang Bianfei, if you had done this earlier, why would you do this?" Wang Bianfei lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. She reached out to receive the golden words and raised her head again. "It's all this little one's fault. I don't know the ways of the world and have caused trouble for old master. Go, go." Old Master Wang was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "If this marriage is successful, I'll invite you to drink wine." Yes, this little one knows. Many thanks for old master's generous gift. Wang Bianfei finished speaking and turned around to support his mother and left the Wang family. When they returned home, Wang Bianfei respectfully helped his mother to sit on a chair. He then knelt down on the ground with a plop sound and kowtowed. Tears flowed down his face as he sobbed, "This boy is unfilial. I've let mother suffer." Son. Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her sweetheart. She didn't know what to say. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She touched Wang Bianfei's head and said after a long time, "Get up." "Yes, mother." Wang Bianfei obediently got up and stood beside his mother. Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her son who was half a head taller than her. Her eyes were filled with kindness. She smiled and said, "Mother didn't suffer. You don't have to worry. You can paint according to your own wishes and not be moved by old Master Wang's threats. Mother also won't say anything. Even if you know how to be flexible in the end and use the spring and autumn art to fulfill young Miss Wang's wish, you can also escape. Mother also won't say anything. As for mother being pulled into the dog cage, don't even think about it. Mother is the child's sky. Even if you want mother to die immediately, mother is willing." Mother. Wang Bianfei's face was really red. He really regretted that his persistence put his mother in danger. As she spoke, Wang Yifei's mother's smile immediately vanished and changed into a serious expression. She reprimanded, "What mother wants to punish you today is that you actually lied to mother and went up the mountain to look for a tiger without permission." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly knelt down again and extended his hand. He lowered his head and said, "Boy knows his wrongs. Boy is willing to accept punishment. And, come over here and receive your punishment in front of your father." Wang Bianfei's mother got up. Her tone was a bit sad. She turned around and went to the inner room. Wang Bianfei's face slightly changed. His small teeth bit his lips until they turned white. He knew that if he didn't make mother sad, mother definitely wouldn't let him be punished in front of father's portrait. On the wall of the inner room, there was a portrait. The middle-aged man in the portrait was very similar to Wang Bianfei. It was Wang Bianfei's father who died early in his prime. Wang Bianfei obediently knelt in front of father's portrait and extended his two small hands. Wang Bianfei's mother picked up a ferule from the offering table. She slightly bit her lips and raised the ferule up high. With a "pa" sound, it hit Wang Bianfei's small palm. Hiss. Wang Bianfei took a cold breath and didn't cry out in pain. Even so, how could Wang Bianfei's mother not hear it? The corner of her mouth slightly twitched and her hand unconsciously trembled. However, she gritted her teeth and raised it again. With a "pa" sound, the ferule came down again. Wang Bianfei's arm involuntarily trembled again. However, when Wang Bianfei's mother raised the ferule again, her gaze fell on Wang Bianfei's hand. On his palm, there were two dark red marks from the ruler. There were a few bloody scratches from the mountain rocks. Now, with a hit, they split open again and blood flowed out. These blood stained the rough calluses on his fingers red. Son. Seeing this scene, how could Wang Bianfei's mother still hit him? She couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching cry and threw the ferule to the ground. She hugged Wang Bianfei's small head and cried out loud. Seeing his mother's loss of self-control, Wang Bianfei instead calmed down. He leaned into his mother's embrace and said word by word, "Mother, don't feel sorry for this boy. Boy made a mistake and should be punished. It's this boy who is unfilial and made mother sad." However, the more Wang Bianfei spoke like this, the more Wang Bianfei's mother's heart ached. She cried for an entire meal's worth of time before stopping. Xiao Hua, who was invisibly standing outside the room, felt his heart ache when he heard this. He used his hand to touch his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. After Wang Yifei's mother finished crying, she remembered that Wang Yifei had not eaten a drop of rice or drank a drop of water for half a day and a night. She hurriedly took her son out of the room and prepared food for him. Although the food was simple and crude, Wang Yifei sat by his mother's side and ate very happily. Wang Bianfei's mother then took out Wang Bianfei's clothes from the basket at the side and began to sew. Son, looking at Wang Bianfei eating in big mouthfuls, Wang Bianfei's mother said as usual, you also saw it. It's not easy for us orphans and widows to live in this world. You have to properly learn painting and become the best great painter in Pingxi City like your father. Only then can you stand out among your peers, only then can you. Speaking to this point, Wang Bianfei didn't raise his head like before and obediently agreed. Instead, he lowered his head and only ate, not replying. Wang Bianfei's mother glanced at her son and didn't pay him any attention. She only thought that her child was starving and continued, there's mother to take care of the family. You don't have to care too much. You can only properly learn painting. When your father was still alive, he told mother that your talent far surpassed yours. You can definitely become the most famous great painter in Pingxi City, even, mother. Wang Bianfei, who had been burying his head in eating, suddenly raised his head. He looked at his mother and said word by word, boy, doesn't want to learn painting anymore. What? Wang Bianfei's mother was stunned. The sewing needle suddenly pierced her finger and a bean-sized drop of blood instantly flowed out of her finger. However, she didn't seem to see it as she stared at Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei saw that his mother's gaze was so sharp. His eyes unconsciously flickered and he wanted to lower his head. You. Wang Bianfei's mother was about to get angry. However, she took a deep breath and placed her bleeding finger in her mouth to suck it. She suppressed her emotions and said indifferently, why don't you want to learn painting? Mother. Wang Bianfei was a little scared. However, looking at the broken porcelain bowl in front of him, he bit his lips and said, boy said it. Mother, don't be angry. Chapter 3469. Say it. You're all grown up. Mother can't possibly worry about everything for you. Wang Yifei's mother nodded and asked, moreover, mother doesn't know how to paint. If you have any thoughts, you can say them. Mother will listen first. Could it be that you don't like to paint anymore? Mother. Wang Yifei said as he pushed the bowl to one side. He stood up and said, boy naturally likes to paint. However, after yesterday's incident at old Master Wang's house, boy feels that painting alone is of no use. Even if boy becomes a great painter in Pingxi City, like father, won't he still be unable to control his own fate? Speaking till here, Wang Yifei stole a glance at the inner room. Although his mother had never told him how his father passed away, he more or less knew some of the things that happened in the past from the villagers. His father was probably as straightforward as him, and because of some things he had offended the influential people, right? Wang Yifei's mother was silent. How could she not know these things? But what could she do? Wang Yifei didn't know what his mother was thinking. He hurriedly explained, Mother, perhaps you still don't know the details? After waiting for Wang Bianfei to clearly explain the cause of the matter, he then said, Mother, take a look. Facing a rich man from a village, this child only slightly resisted, and they took mother away and threw mother into a dog cage. How can they treat a person's life as their own? In the end, even if the boy risked his life and won the bet, the boy still had no choice but to give in. If the boy didn't give in, even if they didn't say anything about today's matter, it would be inevitable that they would make things difficult for us in the future. We are fish on the chopping block. Also, yesterday's matter, if it wasn't for the kind Miss Wang, not only would the matter of the painting not be left at that, even the boy's life would be in danger. It doesn't feel good to have my life in the hands of others. Wang Bianfei said very seriously, from this matter, the boy has already seen that even if the boy becomes the best painter in Pingxi City, even if the boy becomes the most famous painter in the entire Buddhist kingdom, he will still be someone else's plaything. Whatever the others ask the boy to draw, the boy has to draw. Whatever the others don't ask the boy to draw, the boy can't draw. What's the point of having such a great painter? Just like today, when the boy drew well, the Wang family rewarded him with an ingot of gold and praised him, saying that the boy was talented and was a useful person. In the future, others would give him more gold and praise. Even if they said that the boy was the best painter in history, what was the use? Fate is not in one's own hands. In the end, it is all for naught. Son. Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat stunned. She really couldn't think of a 10-year-old child who could think so much. Who told you all this? Wang Bianfei hesitated for a moment and said, less than half of it was the little monk who told me. Most of it was the boy himself. Little monk? Wang Bianfei's mother's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly asked, then, if you don't want to learn painting, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to become a monk. Mother, in this world, other than monks who have great magical powers, there are many people like monks. Wang Bianfei smiled. He knew that his mother was worried that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be able to get married, thus cutting off the Wang family's bloodline. Wang Bianfei's mother was puzzled and asked, in this world, other than the masters in the temples, what is better than being a great painter? Cultivator. Wang Bianfei said without hesitation, Mother, in this world, there is a kind of person called cultivator. Monks seem to be a kind of cultivator. Other than monks, there are also scholars and Daoists. Scholar mother has heard of them. Wang Bianfei's mother frowned, but Daoist mother has never heard of them. But mother knows that scholars are all people without the strength to truss up a chicken. Boy also doesn't know. Wang Bianfei smiled bitterly. These were all told by the little monk to the boy. Son, these are all indiscernible things. Then you, what are you going to do now? Wang Bianfei's mother wasn't moved. She still talked about the reality in front of Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei's gaze was firm as he replied, since there are cultivators in this world, then the boy will definitely be able to find them. Wang Bianfei's mother smiled and said, that's good. Mother will pack up. Let's go find them together. Mother. Wang Bianfei immediately woke up. There were only 2 people in this family. If he left, what would his mother do? Not to mention how he would survive if he left the mountain village. If his mother was alone at home, how would she live without her son? Alas, an ideal is always an ideal. In front of reality, there is always an illusory side. A village child who is not even 10 years old wants to leave the home of an orphan and a widow to cultivate. This is simply dreaming. When he heard up to here, Xiaohua came to a sudden understanding. He finally understood why that senior from the Buddhist sect had led him here. However, he was still somewhat puzzled. Since that senior is a master from the Tantric sect, he had already attained the Buddha fruit 10,000 years ago. Then, enlightening Wang Bianfei and leading him into the Buddhist sect was simply a piece of cake. Even if Wang Bianfei reckoned that for the sake of the Wang family, he would have to marry and have children in the future. After all, the Tantric sect didn't care about this. Why did they want him to come here? Thinking like this, Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. This was because he had already realized that the senior from the Buddhist sect must have already known that he possessed the Daoist sect's techniques. That senior from the Buddhist sect respected Wang Bianfei's choice and hoped that Xiaohua would pass on the Daoist sect's mantle to Wang Bianfei. Since Xiaohua had witnessed this matter from beginning to end, he also liked the exceptionally intelligent Wang Bianfei. His filial piety towards his mother especially moved his heart. Of course, Xiaohua also seemed to see a familiar shadow on Wang Bianfei. On this continent, or perhaps on other continents, in a village called the Guozhuang House, 100 years ago, or perhaps even longer ago, an ignorant child was like him. He saw the hardships of life from oppression, thought of resistance, and thought of his own future. Just based on this feeling of the future, Xiaohua was also willing to lend a hand. Thinking here, Xiaohua slowly flew into the house. His figure appeared out of thin air, and he said with a smile, "Boundless Taoist master, I greet you." "Ah. You, who are you?" Wang Bianfei's mother was very surprised. She pulled Wang Bianfei behind her and protected Wang Bianfei with both hands as she said anxiously. Looking at Wang Bianfei, who was protected by his mother, there was no surprise on his face. His pair of curious eyes looked up and down at Xiaohua. Without waiting for his mother to speak, he laughed softly. "Mother, don't be afraid. This is just a ghost, a wild ghost can't hurt mother. Finished speaking, Wang Bianfei actually waved his hand disdainfully and said, "You go back first. Tell the little monk that I'm afraid I don't have time to play chess with him today. Let him think of a few moves, don't let me kill him all of a sudden." Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and extended his hand. Wang Bianfei's figure involuntarily flew out from behind his mother and landed in midair. Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't move her body at all. At this time, Wang Bianfei was stupefied. He looked at himself in disbelief, then looked at Xiao Hua and said in shock, You're not a ghost?" "I naturally am not." Xiao Hua still had a smile on his face. Dao. I'm master." Wang Bianfei's mother was very anxious. She had already forgotten the word Daoist that Wang Bianfei had just said. She shouted, "If you have anything to say, you can tell this servant. As long as this servant can agree, I will agree. You must not hurt my son. Boundless Taoist master." Xiao Hua chanted a Daoist name and waved his hand. Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and Wang Bianfei's mother could also move freely. "Daoist master? Strange, how can you touch me?" Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and didn't panic. His eyes were like stars as he looked at Xiao Hua strangely. "Right, why are you looking for me?" Seeing that Wang Bianfei was actually disrespectful to Xiao Hua, Wang Bianfei's mother was extremely scared. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Daoist master, please don't mind him. My son is still young, please don't lower yourself to his level." "No matter." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I's name is Xiao Hua, Daoist name is Daoist Master Xiao. Yesterday, when I passed by here, I just happened to witness Wang Bianfei painting a tiger. Last night, when that hungry tiger was roaring in the mountain ridge, I was also at the side. I extremely admire Wang Bianfei's aptitude and filial piety. Just now, I heard that Wang Bianfei had the heart to pursue the Tao, so I showed myself." "Ah." Wang Bianfei's mother was dumbfounded. She looked at Xiao Hua up and down and said in a low voice, Little monk, you don't have a fever, right?" Wang Bianfei even laughed out loud. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, did you team up with this little monk to brush me off? You're really funny. You even passed by here, and you can actually look at me from the side. Why didn't I see you?" Hee hee. Xiao Hua naturally knew that someone as intelligent as Wang Bianfei wouldn't casually believe him. He said with a smile, "You've never cultivated before, so how can you see I? Come, don't be afraid. I'll let you see I's methods." After saying that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and sucked in the two people. His figure turned into the wind and flew towards the sky outside the house. "How was it?" Standing in the air, Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei supported his mother and stood in the air. His eyes were shining as he curiously looked at everything that had shrunk below his feet. Wang Bianfei's mother's face was pale. Her hands tightly held onto her son's hand, not knowing how to answer. "Go." Xiao Hua once again used the wind escape technique. He suddenly rose another 100 feet and asked again, "How was it?" Wang Bianfei bit his lips and looked at his mother who had already closed her eyes. He said, "Daoist. Daoist master, can you go any higher? What's so difficult about that?" Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He brought the two of them to the edge of the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning before stopping. Chapter 3470. Looking at the endless thunder, fire, and wind, Wang Bianfei's face flushed with excitement. He shouted, "Fun, fun. The little monk has never brought me here before. You're so awesome." "Ah." Xiao Hua sweated. "This is called fun. Son, hurry back." When has Wang Bianfei's mother ever experienced this kind of situation? Her bones were already weak and her muscles were already numb. She shouted weakly. But the strange thing is, she wasn't talking to Xiao Hua, but to Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei hurriedly replied, "Yes, mother, let's go back now." Saying this, Wang Bianfei was about to fly down. Looking at Wang Bianfei's appearance, Xiaohua smiled and watched with folded arms. Why can't I go back? Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Nonsense, if I don't bring you down, how can you go down? Xiaohua scolded. But Wang Bianfei opened his mouth, as if he suddenly understood something. He asked curiously, could it be? I'm not dreaming. Son, hurry back. Hurry back. Wang Bianfei's mother urged again. Wang Bianfei said respectfully to Xiaohua, Daoist priest, this lowly one already knows Daoist priest's divine ability, please send this lowly one back. Okay, look at the changes in the surroundings, can you comprehend something? Xiaohua's heart moved. He thought of some of his comprehension from a long time ago. He nodded and said, even if there isn't, you can see if you're dreaming or not. Yes, this lowly one understands. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked around. The earth came closer from afar, the village grew bigger from small. When Wang Bianfei returned to his house, his face was still filled with confusion. He still didn't dare to believe whether he was dreaming or not. Wang Bianfei's mother also sat there blankly, looking like she didn't dare to believe. Wang Bianfei, I heard what you said outside the house earlier. What you said was very good, your own fate must be controlled by your own hands. Xiaohua said indifferently, even if you don't have the ability to control it now, you must have an unyielding heart. How big the heart is, how big the world is. I was born in the Dao sect and was similar to you from a young age. We were both born in a small village. I may not be able to move mountains and create seas, but I am still capable of causing storms and clouds. Are you willing to be my disciple in name? Taoist priest. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to speak, his mother cried out, please don't take my son away, he's still young, don't worry, sister-in-law. Xiaohua said with a smile, I won't take him away for the time being, and I won't forbid him from getting married in the future either. If he is willing to enter I's tutelage, I will only temporarily pass on the mnemonic chant and cultivation method to him, and wait until he cultivates to a certain level in the future. By then, not only will sister-in-law live a long life, even your son will be able to marry a celestial immortal for you. Really? Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't believe it. Out. Xiaohua almost said, monks don't lie. When Wang Bianfei heard that he could prolong his mother's lifespan, his eyes lit up. He nodded his head firmly and said, since Daoist priest says so, then I am willing to be your disciple. It's just, what is a disciple in name? A disciple in name is to first remember your name, and wait until you have succeeded in your cultivation, only then can I truly accept you as my disciple. Xiaohua explained, if your cultivation isn't good, I won't accept you as my disciple. Then, how many disciples does Daoist priest have? This. Xiaohua shook his head slightly, I currently have a few disciples in name like you, but I don't have any true disciples. Then, what are the rules for becoming Daoist priest's disciple? Wang Bianfei looked somewhat disappointed and asked again. Xiaohua slightly scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, for the time being, there are no rules. Since you are just a disciple in name, I will first give you some cultivation method to cultivate. I can't stay here for long, so I will first pass on some cultivation method to you and give you some pointers. Everything can wait until later. Can't stay for long? Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled by Xiaohua's words, but he didn't dare to ask more, and very cleverly claimed to be a disciple and asked, then, can disciples still paint? Why can't you? Xiaohua said with a smile, actually, Master also knows Confucian cultivation methods. In the future, if you are willing, you can also cultivate. According to Master's knowledge, the 6 arts of Confucian cultivation are etiquette, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and mathematics. Calligraphy includes painting. Disciple Wang Bianfei pays respect to Master. Wang Bianfei no longer dared to neglect, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. On the side, Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Wang Bianfei to be so decisive, and suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. Xiaohua raised his hand and helped Wang Bianfei up, and said with a smile, "Since you have entered my sect, you are my disciple. With me here, I will definitely not let you be bullied." Saying this, Xiaohua smiled at Wang Bianfei's mother and said, "Sister-in-law, I will borrow your child for 3 days, after 3 days, I will bring him back. These are some of my Daoist priest's spiritual dates, taste them first. Remember, you have to eat them bit by bit, don't swallow them all in one bite." Daoist priest. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to still want to say something, but Xiaohua had already turned into a cool breeze and fled far away. Only a few dates that looked dazzling with golden light were left on the table. When Wang Bianfei opened his eyes, he was on the mountain ridge beside the mountain village. From the top of the mountain, he could still see his family's house. Seeing that he was not far from home, Wang Bianfei's heart felt a bit more at ease, and said with a smile, "Master, you are very good to disciple, wanting to quickly teach disciple divine abilities, disciple is very grateful. But next time, can you properly talk to mother first?" If his disciple is on the mountain, he won't be too worried in his heart. "Okay." Xiaohua nodded, opened his mouth and said a few words, then turned his head and said with a smile, "Master has already told your mother." "Hee, thank you, Master." Wang Bianfei was very happy. Master is much better than that little monk. That little monk only knows how to play chess with disciple. Shoo. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped, "That is a senior of the Buddhist sect, don't treat him lightly." "Senior? Him?" Wang Bianfei almost laughed out, "Playing chess every day, he still has to play chess, what senior? Forget it, let's not talk about others." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Master's time is limited, I have to leave this place soon, how about I teach you a simple cultivation technique first?" "Master can leave this place?" Wang Bianfei asked very inexplicably. Xiaohua looked up and down, also puzzled, "Why can't I leave? What do you mean by that?" However, Xiaohua did not take Wang Bianfei's words seriously. How could a country child know the divine abilities of a nascent soul master? Immediately, Xiaohua took out a Dao sect entry cultivation technique and taught it to Wang Bianfei. What made Xiaohua surprised was that this Wang Bianfei was smarter than Lu Yi. After only listening to it a few times, he already understood it, and after asking a few difficult questions, he could already practice. Damn it! This aptitude, isn't it too monstrous? Xiaohua was really speechless. He originally wanted to use 3 days to teach. Who knew that it would be finished in just half an hour? How could he not be depressed? "Disciple, you practice, see if you can detect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth," Xiaohua weakly instructed. Wang Bianfei was very surprised. He smiled and said, "Master, you didn't make a mistake, right? How can there be spiritual energy of heaven and earth here?" "I told you to try, just try," Xiaohua said unhappily. Of course, Wang Bianfei did not understand. He could only do as he was told, but after a full 2 hours, he replied with a crying face, "Master, disciple can't sense it." Xiaohua slightly nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "Disciple, close your eyes. If there is any abnormal movement, don't use your eyes to resist. Let Master take a look for you." Finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand. That white bone soul bridge appeared in his hand. Wang Bianfei looked at this bone ball carved out of white bone very strangely. He obediently closed his eyes. Xiaohua waved his hand. The soul bridge floated in the air. Then the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows flashed with a dark green brilliance. But just as this dark green seal text appeared, with the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows as the center point, strands of space cracks covered the entire space faster than lightning. Whether it was Wang Bianfei, the mountain peak, or even the entire Pure Land world turned into fragments in these cracks. What's going on? Seeing these countless fragments disappear along with countless memories, Xiaohua was dumbfounded, and then Xiaohua's eyes became dizzy, but before he could wake up from the dizziness, a fragrance came from his mouth, a very natural reaction, a very familiar feeling. Xiaohua did not even need to open his eyes. He whispered in his heart, "Red Dawn." However, when Xiaohua called out Fairy Hongxia's name in his heart, He immediately woke up. He was in the Pure Land world. It was 8 poles away from the Dawn Rain continent. Even if Fairy Hongxia's cultivation was 10 times stronger, she would not be able to chase him here. Then, other than Fairy Hongxia, who else could be beside Xiaohua? Xiaohua opened his eyes as if he was in a dream. In front of him was Xianxia's flushed face. Moreover, on those thin eyelids, faint red lines were clearly visible. Without waiting for Xiaohua to think about what happened, he suddenly came here from the small mountain village in the Pure Land world. The slightly trembling eyelids in front of him suddenly opened. In those close eyes, first there was a kind of sweetness, then there was astonishment, and after a few breaths, it turned into shyness and anger. In the end, all the eyes turned into a mass of golden light. Then, Xian urged her body to escape from Xiaohua's embrace, but at this moment, the two of them finally saw their situation. Xiaohua and Xian were intimately hugging each other, face to face. Xiaohua's forehead was against Xian's forehead, Xian's eyes were against Xiaohua's eyes. Even if the two of them tried their best to tilt their heads back, they were still tightly huddled together. Chapter 3471. Their auras had never been so close before. Xiaohua slightly tilted his head, trying his best to avoid looking at Xian's face. He hurriedly asked, Xian, what's going on? Little monk, Xian's tone was extremely cold. She also tilted her head, as if she hated Xiaohua very much. Can't you see for yourself? How would I know what happened? While speaking, Xian also looked up and down. See. Looking around, Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a space of nothingness. The entire space seemed to be boundless. In this space, there were 2 kinds of colors. One was the part where Xiaohua and Xian were. It was completely pitch black. The endless black gas mixed with the black flame was surging violently like the sea. The other was pure blue. It was above Xiaohua's head. This pure blue was not the sky blue of the space outside, but a kind of crystal clear blue of water. Moreover, this blue water was different from the black gas. It took the shape of a jade and flowed above the entire space like a fountain. Not only did it cover the entire sky above the black gas, even the boundless distance was filled with a kind of blue water. As for Xiaohua and Xian, they were at the intersection of this water blue and pitch black. After Xiaohua finished looking around, he hurriedly lowered his head. He saw that his entire body was bound by strands of black gas. This black gas was mixed with black flames. Wasn't this the demonic gas he was extremely familiar with? Damn it, how can there be demonic gas? Xiaohua was puzzled. What is this place? Didn't you already take your father's flying sword and leave? Why did you suddenly appear here? Oh, that's not right, you called me little monk? Suddenly, Xiaohua distinguished from the appellation. How could Xian, who had just escaped, still call him little monk? Even if she didn't call him Xiao Lang, young master was already catchy. Your father just turned into a flying sword. Xian angrily said, you're a Buddhist disciple, don't tell me you don't even know about illusion arrays? Illusion array? Xiaohua was stupefied, completely stupefied. He knew about illusion arrays, but he didn't think that illusion arrays could actually become real. Everything that had happened to him seemed to be vivid in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be real. Xian didn't say anything. Everything that happened in the profound water palace might have been his own wishful thinking, but what about the little monk, Wang Bianfei, and everything that happened to Wang Bianfei? Could it be that everything was what he was thinking? Xian gazed at Xiaohua, who was hugging her tightly, and she said furiously, we fell into an illusion formation as soon as we entered the dark water palace. If my guess is correct, then this is an illusory formation created by the demon Qi. Everything that has happened since we entered the profound water palace is an illusory formation. Xiaohua frowned slightly, and asked curiously, how can you be so sure? Why don't you say that this is the illusory array? Or perhaps, you and I haven't escaped from the illusion array yet? When Xian heard this, she didn't refute and said, "That's right. I can't deny that what we're seeing right now is also an illusion." Then what should we do? Xiaohua was hugging Xian with both hands. He couldn't pinch his thigh even if he wanted to. He even felt that even if this was an illusion array, pinching his thigh would definitely hurt because this wasn't a dream. However, he could vaguely confirm that everything in front of him was probably real because the injuries to his internal organs had appeared again. "Let's break free first," Xian said helplessly. "Don't tell me you want to hug me for the rest of your life?" Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about the Xian in the illusion, he originally wanted to say something glib, but when he saw the disdain at the corner of Xian's mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think this little monk doesn't want to? This little monk has already tried just now. This demon chi is extremely powerful. Every strand has the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although this little monk has some strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to break free. Moreover, this demon chi seems to be restricting this little monk's telekinesis. This little monk wants to use the golden body technique, but this little monk is afraid of hurting benefactor." In fact, there were some things that Xiaohua didn't say. His divine sense couldn't leave his body, his true essence couldn't be activated, and he couldn't even send his primordial spirit into his nascent soul. Xiaohua certainly had other divine abilities, but he didn't try them one by one. Buddhism has always been the nemesis of demons. But in this place, Buddhism's cultivation is completely restrained by demon chi. "Serves you right." Xian coldly snorted, "Compared to my Confucian cultivation, you're really lacking." As she spoke, Xian waved her hand and took out the golden hairpin from her hair. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden chi on it. "Benefactor, isn't your imperial equipment only able to be used 3 times? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded her. Xian rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently, "If this little one doesn't use it, could it be that you have a way? Besides, this little one didn't completely activate this item, so it can't be considered the last time." "Okay." Xiaohua was reprimanded by Xian. His mouth and nose were itching from Xian's hair, so he couldn't get angry anymore. He then looked at Xian, who saw the golden hairpin flickering with brilliance, and hurriedly slapped the golden hairpin on her head. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and a golden light soared into the sky, like thousands of golden swords stabbing into the void. Woo! An extremely loud rumbling sound rang out, and a boundless amount of righteous chi bombarded down from the void. Not only did it crash into the demonic chi binding Xiaohua and Xian, it also knocked down the demonic chi several zhang around them. That righteous chi really was the nemesis of demon chi. In an instant, the demon chi completely melted away, and the blue water jade necklace above Xiaohua and Xian's heads pressed down. "Let's go." Seeing the demon chi around him greatly reduced, Xiaohua stretched his arms and tore apart the remaining demon chi. Xiaohua didn't have time to remove his arms from Xian's back, so he grabbed Xian's slender waist and soared into the sky. "Let go." Xian's face was cold. "It's not like I can't fly. I don't need you to carry me. You're a little monk of the Buddhist sect, remember your identity." Xiaohua was quite embarrassed, and hurriedly withdrew his hands, and said with a smile, "This little monk was rude, female benefactor, please don't blame me." Xian coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. The golden hairpin above her head turned into a ball of golden light, protecting her. Xian's eyes slightly narrowed, and the golden light in her eyes flourished. Looking around, after escaping from the demon chi, Xiaohua's divine sense returned to normal. Moreover, in this space, divine sense and Buddhist sense were not restricted, so Xiaohua released his divine sense as well. The space seemed to be as boundless as it could be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, but didn't find the boundary. When his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black demon chi, it was immediately swallowed, and when it came into contact with the blue water jade necklace, it was immediately bounced back. In the end, after searching for a while, Xiaohua didn't find anything. When he looked at Xian again, the golden pupils in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her face revealed disappointment. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, "Female benefactor, the person you're looking for isn't here?" That person isn't here." Xian slightly nodded. "Seems like this time I came in vain." "It's not a wasted trip," Xiaohua indifferently said. "At least we know that in this ancient array, there is an immortal artifact, and this immortal artifact is suppressing a demon artifact." At this point, Xiaohua asked again, "But this immortal artifact, this little monk feels that it doesn't live up to its name. Why doesn't it have the aura of an immortal artifact?" "Oh. What kind of aura does the immortal artifact in little monk's eyes have?" Xian asked with interest. Xiaohua naturally told her about the situation in the Kunlun mirror that he encountered in the illusion. "Huh, little monk." Xian laughed. "In the eyes of ordinary people, you're an immortal. Don't tell me that you usually release your aura when you have nothing to do. You bully ordinary people for no reason." Perhaps Xiaohua somewhat understood Xian's meaning, but this is an immortal artifact, something that shouldn't exist in the ultimate land of bliss. Xian looked at the blue water above her head, and then looked at the pitch black under her feet, as if taking advantage of this time to rest. She suppressed her temper and explained, "Since it's not something from the ultimate land of bliss, when it comes to the ultimate land of bliss, it will be suppressed by the ultimate land of bliss. Not to mention an immortal artifact, even if an immortal came, it would also be the same. This immortal artifact has not been activated, so it should be similar to an ordinary imperial artifact. Also, didn't you see? This immortal artifact has been suppressing a demon artifact for who knows how many years. Although the immortal artifact has the ancient array to provide vitality, it must be consumed. Now, whether it's an immortal artifact or a demon artifact, I'm afraid that it has reached the point of exhaustion." At this point, does female benefactor know what this immortal artifact is? Xiaohua reminded, especially, does female benefactor know how to get out of here? If this one knew, would this one still stand here and talk nonsense with you? Xian said with a bitter smile, "If we get out, even watching the sunset on the banks of the Sage River would be more interesting than here, right?" Xiaohua's face was bitter. He raised his head to look at the blue jade, then lowered his head to look at the vast demon qi. He sighed and said, then what should we do?" "Rumble." Right at this moment, in a place high up in the sky, where Xiaohua's gaze and divine sense could not reach, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came. Following that rumbling sound, the jade above the two people's heads rapidly shrank. At the same time, the demon qi under their feet rose like a rising tide. Speaking of Gu Zhen, his figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes were filled with brilliance, and he unconsciously closed them. When he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Because in front of him was a blue space. In this space, there were tens of thousands of jade, one set on another, one connected to another. The entire jade seemed to be one, but if one looked carefully, each strand of blue was a jade. Gu Zhen released his Buddhist sense. With his Buddhist sense in the lotus realm, he could not see the true appearance of the jade. Even when his Buddhist sense reached its limit, he could not see the end of this space. Moreover, when he turned back to look at the arch bridge he came from, there was already no trace of it. He was just standing in the void. Chapter 3472. Gu Zhen thought for a bit and then took out a jade bead from his robe. The jade bead was like a drop of water and had the same color as the jade. Gu Zhen opened his mouth and sucked the bead into his mouth. Then, he reached into his Qingquan pouch and took out a shining golden staff. This staff was different from Xiaohua's 9-dragon staff. It was as thick as a bowl and very smooth. There was no dragon shape at all. At the top of the staff, there was a bump the size of a cucumber. It was very similar to the demon's subduing pestle. Amitba. Guzhen chanted the name of Buddha and Buddha light flashed around him. The golden Buddha statue appeared again. As the Buddha light flowed around Guzhen's skin like dragons and snakes, the golden Buddha statue grew to over 300 feet tall. Guzhen was overjoyed. He knew that he had recovered with the help of the heavenly dragon. He chanted the scripture he got from the jade bead. He threw the staff in his hand and began to form seals. Guzhen's hands were very clumsy. The light of Buddha was like mercury, orderly but difficult to condense into the mudra that Guzhen formed. Guzhen had long been a bodhisattva. He did not know how many mudras he had made in his life, but he had never felt that it was as difficult as it was today. Every time he moved, the light of Buddha flowed. Every inch of the light of Buddha flowed, he felt that something was being extracted from him. Was it karma, merit, or something else? Guzhen did not know. He only knew that when the Buddhist seal was formed, a feeling of being able to destroy the world rose from the bottom of his heart. A desire to roam freely filled his mind. Go. Guzhen flipped his hand and the Buddhist seal turned into a mantra condensed from Buddhist light and landed on the staff. The staff let out a rumbling sound and at the same time, it shone brightly. Roar. An extremely loud dragon roar came from the staff. The staff rapidly expanded and turned into a 1,000 feet long heavenly dragon. It danced in the air for a moment before landing in Guzhen's hand. The heavenly dragon's aura suddenly appeared. Guzhen was very proud. He raised the dragon with his hand and smashed it towards the thousands of blue pearls in front of him. When the Buddhist light was produced, the countless jade talismans had already rushed towards Guzhen. At this time, the heavenly dragon dance attacked. It was like a huge wave splashing into the sky. The jade talismans danced in the air like clouds and dandelions. Let's go. Guzhen waved his hand when he saw Ing Luo soaring into the sky. The sky dragon transformed from his monk's staff left his hand and plunged into the space where Ing Luo splashed. Guzhen jumped on the dragon's body and rushed into the bottom of the blue water like an arhat subduing dragons and tigers. After 10 minutes, the jade beads became even denser and an indescribable pressure came from the heavenly dragon. Guzhen narrowed his eyes and knew the beads were close. Amitba. Guzhen let out a roar and jumped up from the heavenly dragon. Then he formed a seal and hit the heavenly dragon. The Buddha light around the heavenly dragon shone brightly and it let out a roar before charging down. Guzhen's Buddha light disappeared and he stopped in the air. He put his palms together and quietly looked into the distance. Guzhen's eyes stared straight ahead. He did not pay attention to his golden body. However, under the dimming of the Buddha's light, strange blood streaks could be vaguely seen. The blood streaks were as thin as a spider web and were almost invisible. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions rocked the entire space around the Ing Luo. Guzhen's eyes gradually reddened as the dandelion-like Ing Luo unfurled its wings in front of him. It flew high into the sky in a bid to outdo one another, revealing a ball of dim blue radiance. Is this the immortal treasure Xian spoke of? Guzhen frowned and urged the cloud under his feet to charge forward. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Guzhen looked at Guzhen from afar. When they got closer, Guzhen could see clearly that there was a triangular flag inside the light. The flag was aqua blue, with 5 jade talismans embroidered on it. Between the talismans were faint ripples of water. A few ferocious dragons were embroidered on the edge of the flag. However, the dragons were swaying slightly, and there was no fluctuation of elemental energy. The entire small flag emitted a blue light. Every time the light flashed, many jade talismans would appear and slowly float in the air. Above the blue light, strange runes flowed. These runes were gold and silver in color. They were shaped like tadpoles and inscriptions. When Guzhen saw the immortal treasure clearly, he immediately flipped his tongue and swallowed the jade beads hidden at the bottom of his tongue. He glanced at the jade beads that had just exploded and saw the clouds that were beginning to condense. Guzhen understood that the heavenly dragon staff's explosion was only because it borrowed the heavenly dragon's Buddha power to temporarily imprison the flag. It wouldn't be long before his seemingly unbreakable restriction would be broken by the flag. He had to take advantage of this extremely short window of time to control the flag. However, when he thought about controlling the immortal treasure, Guzhen felt uneasy. But when he saw the unmoving flag in the aqua blue light, he couldn't help but feel a desire. A desire to control the world. Smack. The more Guzhen thought about it, the more excited he became. He reached out his huge palm and slapped it on the top of his head. Poof. With a clear sound, the Buddha light above Guzhen's head shone brightly. A heavenly king walked out from the top of Guzhen's head with a 9th-rank golden lotus. When the heavenly king entered the space, countless heavenly maidens danced in the air, countless heavenly flowers fell, and countless heavenly dragons appeared amidst thousands of Sanskrit chants. Seeing this, Guzhen was wild with joy. The jade beads clearly said that with this Buddhist secret technique, he could see the vision of him attaining Buddhahood. In other words, this heavenly king must be his Buddha body after he attains Buddhahood. The heavenly maidens coming to congratulate him was also the grand scene of him attaining Buddhahood in the future. Heavenly King. I'm actually a heavenly king after attaining Buddhahood. This is unimaginable. Guzhen screamed in his heart. When he heard the words of the heavenly dragons, he thought that if he attained Buddhahood, he would only be a Jelon. He didn't expect that he would be a heavenly king. This was really beyond his imagination. Amitabha. The heavenly king looked exactly like Guzhen. He stood in the air with his palms together and chanted, "This poor monk greets the great monk." Guzhen hurriedly returned the greeting and said uncomfortably, "Amitabha, this disciple greets the heavenly king. No need to be so polite." The heavenly king said with a smile, "You and I are one. It's enough to call me great monk." Guzhen didn't even dream that he could be called a heavenly king or great monk. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said with a smile, "Yes, yes, this poor monk greets the great monk. Great monk, are you ready?" The heavenly king's Buddha light shone brightly. In a moment, he was as tall as Guzhen's golden body. The heavenly king glanced at the flag not far away and said with a smile, "Now is the most crucial moment for you and me. If I succeed, this poor monk will attain Buddhahood in the future. If not, you won't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This poor monk understands." Guzhen's eyes had turned blood red. He shouted fanatically, "This poor monk will definitely attain Buddhahood." "Good, as you wish." The heavenly king also had the feeling of looking down on the world. How could this be the demeanor of a Buddhist heavenly king? As the heavenly king's voice fell, the lotus platform under his feet turned into a ball of Buddha light and rushed to the other side of the flag. Although there was an extremely strong deterrence around the flag, it didn't disappear under the Buddha light. Guzhen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the auspicious cloud. However, when he was only 20 feet away from the flag, he couldn't move forward anymore because the deterrence was like the sand in the deep sea. It drowned his mouth and nose. He couldn't fly half a step forward at all. Seeing that his heavenly king golden body easily crossed the flag and went to the same position as him, the fervor in his heart was even hotter than the scorching sun at noon. Seeing that the heavenly king was in position, he raised his hand and took out a few blood-red relics from his bosom. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Buddhist light, and those relics all went into his stomach. In an instant, a rolling red cloud rushed out of Guzhen's golden body and completely enveloped him. Within the red cloud, Guzhen's face twisted in pain. The muscles on his face trembled violently. Coupled with his blood-red eyes, he wasn't much different from a demon. Rise. Guzhen endured the torment of karma and reached out his hand to slap the top of his head. Puff. Another cluster of Buddha's light mixed with blood-red spurted out from the top of Guzhen's head and turned into a Buddha's palm the size of half an acre in the air. As the Buddha palm condensed and expanded, the golden light around Guzhen suddenly decreased. The red cloud also disappeared. However, these red clouds were entangled with the golden light and condensed into a golden-red kasaya that tightly stuck to Guzhen's body. At this moment, Guzhen's golden body seemed to have lost some of its strength and was trembling slightly. However, when Guzhen saw the Heavenly King on the other side of the flag doing the same thing, he was stunned by the Buddha's palm that came out of the Heavenly King's head. This was because although the Heavenly King was surrounded by Buddha light, the Buddha palm peeking out from the top of his head was pitch black. There was even a pair of blood-red black flames lingering in the darkness. This is my demonic nature? How can there be so many and so strong? If I cultivate by myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve fruition even if I cultivate for another 10,000 years. Guzhen's heart trembled. He thought of the records in the Jade Pearl. As a Buddhist protector, he should be one with Buddha and demon. If he wanted to subdue an immortal weapon, he must remove the demonic nature from his body. The Jade Pearl was a Buddhist weapon that Sky Dragon gave to Guzhen. It could temporarily extract Guzhen's merit and demonic nature. The merit condensed into a golden body, which had to contain the demonic nature. Then, Guzhen's body used a Buddhist divine ability and the golden body used the same divine ability. However, this divine ability became a pure demonic technique before the demonic nature. Under the pincer attack of the Buddha and demon, the immortal weapon could only be captured. Capture. Seeing that the time was right, Guzhen didn't dare to think too much. He chanted a mantra and formed a seal with his hands. The Buddha palm above his head suddenly fell down. Chapter 3473. Guzhen's Buddha's palm fell, and the Heavenly King's Devil's palm also cooperated with the Buddha's palm, imprisoning an area of 1 mu on the left side of the flag. The side of the flag close to Guzhen was filled with Buddha's light, while the side close to the Heavenly King was filled with Devil's chi. The flag suddenly moved without wind, and countless pearls rushed out of the blue brilliance, fighting to block the Buddha's light and Devil's chi. Stab, stab, countless sounds echoed in the air. Guzhen looked on coldly. Although the thousands of jade talismans continued to pour out, it was obvious that the flag wouldn't attack. The jade talismans could only defend. 2 huge palms slammed down and tore the jade talismans in half. How could they block it? Boom! Just as Guzhen expected, the 2 giant palms fell on the brilliance of the flag, one on each side. Strangely, the giant palms in the air were half a mu in size, but they were only the size of a palm when they fell on the flag. Keep! Guzhen was overjoyed. With a roar, the 2 palms suddenly pulled, and the brilliance of the flag suddenly dimmed. Rumble. As the light of the flag dimmed, the entire space let out a series of rumbling sounds. Amidst these rumbling sounds, the jade talismans that had been blown apart by the Guzhen monk's staff trembled violently. With the flag as the center, they rapidly shrank. The jade talismans ignored the 2 palms and the space that had been sealed by the palms. They turned into broken fireflies and sank into the flag. In an instant, the whole flag emitted a bright blue light. Guzhen's expression changed slightly, because he had sensed that the brighter the brilliance, the tougher the flag under the Buddha palm became. Gradually, it was out of his control. Ha! Great monk! The Heavenly King with the brilliant Buddha light laughed. It seems that the possibility of us taking this immortal artifact is not high. How about this? Let's take this immortal artifact first and send it to Senior Heavenly Dragon first. Guzhen was slightly disappointed, but looking at the seemingly endless pearls, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly said, "I'll listen to your orders, great monk. Rise." The Heavenly King smiled and his demonic palm left the flag. In an instant, it grew to the size of half an acre and rushed into the air. Guzhen's Buddha palms also rose high into the air. Woo-woo. A whimper that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves sounded. His 2 palms suddenly twisted in midair and grabbed at the flag in perfect coordination. As the 2 palms slowly rotated, the Buddha's light and the Devil's chi actually combined perfectly. A completely different kind of imprisonment force was born again, imprisoning the space around the flag. This sealing power was so great and so strange that the space was collapsing inch by inch. Golden threads and black flames appeared inch by inch, completely separating the flag from the incoming jade. Master. Master Guzhen? Just as Guzhen's eyes flashed red and his heart was filled with joy, an extremely shocked voice came from afar. Guzhen was taken aback. He raised his head and saw a transcendent's golden body, which was more than 100 feet tall, flying over with golden light flashing around it. Beside this transcendent's golden body was a woman in palace attire, riding on a golden flying sword. However, the golden light flashing around the woman was extremely dim. It must be very difficult for her to break through the confinement of the transcendent's golden body. The shocked voice came from this woman. At this moment, Guzhen was no longer the Guzhen from before. He only glanced at the flag for a moment before retracting his gaze. He still urged the Buddha's palm to cooperate with the devil's palm to grab at the flag. Of course, the closer he got to the flag, the stronger the flag's resistance became. Even though the space within 1,000 feet of the flag had been twisted by the two giant palms, the flag could not even flutter. Combine. The Heavenly King roared. Guzhen's willpower surged out uncontrollably. The Buddha's palm and the devil's palm, which were originally distinct meridians, slowly merged. A wisp of Buddha's light wrapped around a wisp of devil's chi. Outside the light and devil's chi, black flames burned. A Buddha's demon's palm was about to take shape. Master Guzhen, what are you doing? Xian naturally became anxious and cried out, "This is the immortal world's mystic origin water control flag. It's the item used to suppress the demonic world. If you take it away, won't that demonic creature appear?" Unfortunately, Guzhen turned a deaf ear to Xian's words. The same rumbling sound came from the space. Beside the Buddha's demon's palm, countless heavenly flowers, fairies, and even countless devils riding on demonic dragons emerged from the void. The Sanskrit chants mixed with demonic chants shook the entire space. Benefactor Xian, don't shout. Xiao Hua sneered. Guzhen has already turned into a devil. Didn't you see his eyes? Didn't you see the blood vessels on his golden body? Also, the golden body in front of him is originally a devil god's image. However, this devil god's image is plated with a layer of Buddhist light. This devil god's image is exactly the same as Guzhen. It should be the devil spirit of the devil world suppressed by the mystic origin water control flag. By the way, Benefactor Xian, how did you know this flag was previously called the mystic origin water control flag? Yes, little monk. How did you know this heavenly monarch's golden body is a devil god's image? How did you know the devil world can also produce devil spirits? Xian retorted without hesitation. Instead of asking me, why don't you think about how to stop Guzhen? I'm going to stop Guzhen. What are you going to do? Xiao Hua glanced at Xian. At this moment, Xian was incomparably calm. Her expression had returned to normal. She indifferently replied, I'm not going to do anything. I don't have the ability to stop Guzhen. Of course, if I had the ability, I would definitely do it. Because if I don't stop Guzhen, after he takes away the mystic origin water control flag, the devil world under you and me will be born. You and I will die. Humph. Xiao Hua coldly snorted. No need to remind me. This little monk knows what to do. Even if this little monk has to risk his life, this little monk will stop Guzhen. At the very least, this little monk will kill Guzhen right now. Kill. A cold light flashed through Xian's eyes. If Guzhen is here and Ci Hui is nowhere to be seen, then Ci Hui must have already died. If I don't kill Guzhen, I won't be able to avenge Ci Hui Wu. Without waiting for Xian to finish speaking, Xiao Hua similarly slapped his hand on the top of his head. Using the nascent soul's hand, waves of water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi surged and condensed towards Xiao Hua. Even the seemingly endless jade luo rushed over along with the gale. Roar. Xiao Hua faced the sky and roared. With a shake of his arms, the heavenly law embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and heavenly human body bestowment technique were all activated. An extremely large amount of jade luo entered the surface of Xiao Hua's body. The golden light around Xiao Hua's body flourished with a green color. Under Xianxian's stupefied gaze, the golden body also expanded to a size of more than 300 feet. The nascent soul's hand on top of the golden body's head expanded to a size of more than 1 mu. It violently tore apart the restrictions around the flag and met the Buddha's demon hand with a backhand. Guzhen really didn't expect Xiao Hua's nascent soul's hand to be so familiar. It was so much faster than his Buddha's demon hand. However, a trace of disdain surfaced in Guzhen's heart. The Buddha's demon hand's power could even tear apart the defense of an immortal tool. Even if Xiao Hua's strength was at the 5th grade of origin energy, it was impossible for him to block it. Sure enough, with a loud bang, the two hands clasped together. The nascent soul's hand collapsed with a loud bang, while the Buddha's demon hand merely shook a little and dimmed a little. Humph. Guzhen coldly snorted again. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. His eyes once again fell on the Xianyuan water control flag. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred again. A pitch-black staff appeared in Xiao Hua's hands without him knowing when. This staff became thicker and longer in the blink of an eye. It streaked across the sky and struck the Buddha's demon hand. The staff had yet to reach the body, but the whistling wind of the staff had already destroyed the Buddha's light and demon qi in the void, as well as the fairies, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons. What is this thing? Guzhen was greatly shocked. He used all his strength to urge the Buddha's demon hand to fall down with a loud bang. Boom. Another loud bang no less than the previous one. Xiao Hua's wishful staff was knocked away. Xiao Hua's huge golden body also staggered and almost fell down. However, the almost unparalleled Buddha's demon hand was also smashed in half. The half-mu of demon flames and other things were swept away, and many jade pearls once again rushed over. Guzhen was furious and roared, "Damn it!" Abandoning the Xianyuan water control flag, the Buddha's demon hand grabbed at Xiao Hua's golden body. The huge Buddha's demon hand swept across the sky, and the collapsed place was quickly repaired. When it fell on the top of Xiao Hua's head, it was already as good as new. At this time, Xiao Hua had already stood firmly in midair. Looking at the Buddha's demon hand, the demon qi had taken the upper hand. He knew that the unknown demon had completely controlled Guzhen. If he did not make a prompt decision, he would really die. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua roared. His right arm exerted strength, and the wishful staff smashed down. At the same time, his left hand waved and took out the sword gourd. His left hand pinched a seal, preparing to cast the soul-punishing light. Boom. Another loud bang. This time, the Buddha's demon hand was only smashed by 2 fingers, and the wishful staff was knocked into the air. Because Xiao Hua was prepared, his golden body did not lose its balance. Quick! The moment the wishful staff was knocked away, Xiao Hua's soul-punishing light had already been activated. His left hand pinched a seal, and the green and red soul-punishing light rushed out from the sword gourd. All of a sudden, it nailed Guzhen's golden body in midair. Even the Buddha's demon hand began to collapse. Seeing that the soul-punishing light was effective, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. The spiritual power in his body surged, and he fully activated the soul-punishing light. He wanted to cut off Guzhen's head in one fell swoop. At this time, Xian, who was watching the battle, did not have time to be surprised by Xiao Hua's means. She clenched her hands tightly and stared at the soul-punishing light, waiting for Guzhen's head to fall to the ground. Swoosh! Xian was only looking at the sky, but she didn't notice that not far from her feet, in the midst of the surging demonic energy and black flames, a dragon-shaped phantom suddenly rushed out. This phantom flashed through the jade bracelets, and the 100 feet of space seemed to pass through a crack. Without waiting for anyone to see, it had already cut across Xiao Hua's left arm. Chapter 3474. Xiao Hua only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, as if the entire night had pounced on him. That black shadow was shaped like a dragon, but also like a scimitar. Then, a kind of extreme fear appeared in his heart, and that fear instantly spread throughout his body. Before this fear could subside, another sharp pain came from his left arm. Xiaohua couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" When he looked down again, his left arm had already been chopped off from the middle. Before Xiaohua could do anything else, that severed arm had already been swept up by the black shadow and fell into the devilish energy. Roar! The sharp pain in his body had yet to subside, and many of Xiaohua's primordial spirits screamed in unison. Especially that orange giant, whose left arm was also severed, rolling around in pain inside Xiaohua's bones. Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud also rapidly flickered, and that dark green color greatly decreased. Looking at the dragon vein, body, and even the primordial spirits in the space were all heavily injured. The power of that black shadow's attack was actually so powerful. Xiaohua was heavily injured by that black shadow. Not only did the spirit-slaying Yuan light disappear, the sword gourd floated in the air, and the 300 zhang golden body rapidly shrank, gradually turning into a normal human form. Since the spirit-slaying Yuan light disappeared, Gu Zhen's primordial spirit recovered. Gu Zhen's eyes became even redder, and he let out a beast-like roar. The Buddha's demonic hand fell down and firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was about to be turned into meat paste. All of this happened in a flash. When Xian came to her senses, Xiaohua's body had already fallen into Gu Zhen's demonic hand. Even if Xian wanted to activate her life-saving golden hairpin, it would be too late to do so. Amitabha. Just when Xian was in despair, a crisp voice was heard. This voice sounded very childish, but the tone was filled with vicissitudes of life. Xi Hui? Xian was startled, and immediately became overjoyed. She hurriedly looked around, because that voice didn't have a fixed origin, it just floated in the space. Unfortunately, Xian opened her golden eyes and looked around for a moment, but she didn't see any familiar figures. However, when she saw Gu Zhen, she was puzzled. Gu Zhen, who had been extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Xiaohua, now seemed to have been imprisoned. He stood there in a daze, his blood-red eyes staring into the distance. The Buddha's demonic hand that could crush Xiaohua with a single move also stopped. Xian was not the only one who was confused. Even the golden body in the shape of a heavenly king was confused. The heavenly king failed to activate the giant palm and asked, "Great monk, what are you doing?" "As long as we kill this Dao cultivator, you and I will be able to obtain the immortal artifact. Senior Tianlong will be able to condense a relic for you with this immortal artifact. With this relic, you will definitely attain Heavenly King Buddha fruit in the future. Not to mention the Heavenly King Buddha fruit, even if it was the Buddha fruit, I wouldn't care for it." Gu Zhen finally opened his mouth. His tone was extremely indifferent. In order to hear this voice, in order to meet this person, this poor monk is willing to go to the 9 hells or the 9 springs. Gu Zhen's words reverberated in the air. Every word contained the fervor and care in his heart. That's right. Just before entering the longevity hall, the benevolent Manjushri saw Gu Zhen trying to devour his relic. He immediately woke up and thought that Gu Zhen's so-called search for his younger brother was a lie. At that time, Gu Zhen admitted it without hesitation and denied his real purpose of looking for Gu Nian. At that time, Gu Zhen had decided to give up everything for the ancient Buddha relic, including himself, even if he had to turn into a devil. However, the development of the situation was such a joke. Now that Gu Zhen had really turned into a devil, the voice that he had been thinking about day and night appeared again. The ancients often said that a single slip would cause everlasting sorrow. When you look back, you will be 100 years old. Perhaps this was the case. Xian was stunned. She seemed to have suddenly understood something. However, the heavenly king did not know. He was very confused. Who is this person? Is this the person who is chanting the name of Buddha? Gu Zhen frowned slightly. Great monk, aren't you this poor monk's demonic golden body? Why don't you know this poor monk's thoughts? Amitabha. The heavenly king said indifferently, This poor monk is you, but you are still you. This poor monk cannot replace you. Naturally, the Heavenly King's words revealed a flaw. However, Guzhen did not pay attention to it. He only waited quietly. It seemed that he had enough patience to wait for this moment. As Xian listened, she looked in the direction Guzhen was looking at. In the distance, a faint figure slowly appeared. It was a little monk in a monk's robe. Of course, this little monk was not benevolent. However, the little monk looked a little panicked, as if he was afraid of something. However, Xian could see that under the little monk's panicked expression, his eyes were extremely bright and filled with determination. Dumbo. Dumbo, is that you? Guzhen's voice trembled. His golden body also trembled as he asked softly. Seeing the shadow that he had seen countless times in his dreams, Guzhen's hundreds of years of patience could no longer be held back. The little monk also trembled as he answered, "Big brother, it's me. I'm Dumbo." You. Guzhen originally wanted to ask, "You're not dead yet?" However, when he saw the little monk's dim figure, he could only change his words. "Big brother, I didn't expect to see you one day." "Yes. Big brother." The little monk's eyes flashed with tears. "I also didn't expect that I would be able to endure until this day. All these years. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to see Big brother." "You. Do you hate Big brother? Do you want to scold Big brother personally?" Guzhen's ferocious expression disappeared, replaced by kindness as he probed. The little monk smiled. "How can I blame Big brother? It's my life's fortune to be able to die for Big brother. Big brother, do you know? You've been my everything since I was young. You're my sky. You've done everything for me. I've always thought about how to grow up, how to repay you, how to think of you and do so much for you. Even if I can do one thing for you, I'll be happy. I've been cultivating diligently in Crimson Reed Temple to repay Big brother. When I've succeeded in my cultivation, I'll be able to protect Big brother. I've been praying for Big brother in front of Buddha every day, hoping that Big brother will live a peaceful life. And Buddha really did hear my thoughts. He actually gave me a chance to die for my elder brother. It's true, Big brother. I've never blamed you. Even when I fell into an illusion and was lucky enough to leave my soul behind, the only person I've been thinking about is you. Big brother, you're my only family in this life." Dumbo. 2 drops of blood flowed out from Guzhen's eyes as he raised his head and roared. "Big brother." The little monk continued, "I was originally hiding in the illusory array to avoid the devil dragon. However, a few days ago, I met that interesting little monk. Seeing that he was able to escape from the illusory array, I curiously followed him. I never thought that I would be able to see Big brother. However, Big brother, your current situation is very bad. You've been invaded by the demon dragon. Look at your golden body, it's filled with demonic runes. Look at your eyes, they're blood red. Big brother, I don't know what the demon dragon promised you, but I know that you and I are Buddhist disciples. No matter what, we can't dance with demons. That's why I took the risk to come out and see Big brother. Now that I've said what I need to say, I'm willing even if the demon dragon eats me." "Amitabha." The Heavenly King said flatly. "Big monk, don't be fooled. This Dumbo is the manifestation of the mystic water control flag, and he's here to stop you from taking the immortal item. If you take the flag away, I'm sure that the little monk will disappear." Guzhen's blood-red eyes looked at the Heavenly King, then at the little monk, and even at Xiaohua, who was still writhing in the Buddha's hands. "Amitabha." The Heavenly King waited for a moment before he chanted, "Big monk, you're so indecisive. How can you attain Buddha's fruit if you can't sever your mortal bonds? If you're unwilling, I'll end it for you, won't I?" "Shut up." Guzhen snorted coldly and cursed. "I've never told anyone about Dumbo. Even in front of Ci Hui, who had become a Manjushri Bodhisattva, I lied. Even Tipu and Xian wouldn't know what Dumbo looks like. How could they conjure him? Oh, big monk. The Heavenly King tried to persuade him. The mystic water control flag is an immortal item. It could read your mind. Big monk. Gu Zhen said flatly. Do you know why I've taken the path of Dharma protectors? The Heavenly King did a double take before his eyes shifted. It's for Dumbo, of course. That's right. Do you think I would let you destroy him if you know I'm doing it for Dumbo? Gu Zhen asked sinisterly. The Heavenly King was confused. But Dumbo is just an illusion. You're wrong. You're terribly wrong. Gu Zhen said, enunciating each word. For Dumbo, I could give up my Saraira and let my cultivation go to waste. Why would I let you destroy him? Not even if it's an illusion. But the Heavenly King didn't know what to say. Even if it's an illusion, the immortal item has found my weakness. That's why I have to bow down. Gu Zhen said flatly. I can choose not to believe in everyone in the world, and I can choose not to believe in all the Buddhas, but I can't not believe in my Buddha and Dumbo. I believe that the Buddhists would forgive me if I repent before the Buddha every day, so that I can see Dumbo again. Likewise, I believe that Dumbo would live for centuries in an illusory array just to wait for me. Amitabha. You are unreasonable. The Heavenly King shook his head. Demon Dragon, leave. Gu Zhen sighed. I command you with the Buddha's orders. Ha ha ha, can the Buddha control me? Do you really think he would show himself here? The Heavenly King finally laughed. Moreover, can you still leave now that things have come to this? Even if the Buddha is willing to control you, he wouldn't be able to, would he? Brother. The young monk cried out, tears flowing unwittingly as if sensing something. Chapter 3475. Amitabha. Gu Zhen's golden body put his palms together, bowed his head and said piously, If I have Buddha in my heart, I see Buddha everywhere. If I have Buddha in my heart, I am Buddha. In this life, my heart belongs to Buddha, and in the next life, my heart belongs to Buddha. Thank you, Namo Amitabha. I thank you again. Then, Gu Zhen patted the top of his head gently, and a benevolent look appeared on his face. He looked at the little monk and said, Dumbo, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you. I hope I can still be your big brother in the next life. I swear. I'll take good care of you. The Heavenly King was also stunned. He said anxiously, You. What are you doing? You. How can you do this? The Heavenly King realized what Gu Zhen was going to do. He shouted in disbelief. He really couldn't understand how Gu Zhen, who was filled with endless evil, could do such a thing. Gu Zhen raised his hand, and the golden body collapsed. Pieces of it turned into Buddhist light. As Gu Zhen's golden body collapsed, so did the Heavenly King's golden body. Only a thick stream of demonic qi was left hovering in the air. Similarly, the Buddha's demonic hand disappeared, revealing the injured Xiaohua. Xian watched from the side. She didn't have the Dharma golden body, so she was like a child in front of Gu Zhen's golden body and Xiaohua's Dharma body. She was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. After listening to Gu Zhen's words and seeing what he did, she really didn't expect that Gu Zhen, who was so easily taken advantage of by the mystic dragon, would be so obsessed with brotherhood. His devotion to Buddha even surpassed that of all the other arhats she had met. No. Seeing the golden body turn into nothingness, Gu Zhen's blood-red eyes were still staring at the little monk, unwilling to disappear. Xian suddenly realized something. Gu Zhen might not be really devoted to Buddha, and his last words might not be fully believed. He's gambling. Of course, Xian didn't know what Gu Zhen was thinking and whether his concern was real. She could only judge others by her own standards, but what was Gu Zhen's real thought? Perhaps only the Buddha knew the answer to that. Thinking of this, Xian's mind once again turned sharply, looking at Xiaohua who was already dispirited and listless in midair. Xiaohua's left arm had not regenerated, the place where his arm was severed was surrounded by black gas. The continuous heavy injuries had already made him temporarily unable to deal with them. Xian had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed inwardly, forget it, forget it. Humans naturally have a human form. Only by becoming Buddha can one have Buddha nature. There's no need to think too much about Guzhen's intentions. Since he had an obsession in his heart, he was able to abandon it at the critical moment. Although he did not sever his worldly desires, he had severed his own. But in the end, it was severed. He has no regrets in his life. When he looked at the little monk again, he saw that his face was filled with grief. Where was the fear from before? Just like Guzhen, in order to see his brother, he had been lonely for hundreds of years in the illusory matrix. But who knew that the moment he saw his brother, he would have to part with him again? How could he not be heartbroken? Not everyone could bear the pain of witnessing the departure of a loved one. The little monk flew in midair, wanting to touch his brother's body before he left. Unfortunately, Guzhen's words before he committed suicide did not move the Buddha. The heavenly flower and the heavenly maiden disappeared and never appeared again. His soul also did not appear. The little monk could clearly feel his brother's gentle gaze, but he could not see anything about his brother. The path of Dharma Protector was originally a void. Guzhen had passed away, and the heavenly king had also perished. Mo Long's meticulous plan to kill both Buddha and demon had also failed. The Xianyuan water control flag shone brightly, and jade talismans of various sizes emerged from the brilliance. The jade talismans that were previously excluded from afar also flew towards the flag. Good. Xian nodded slightly and urged the auspicious cloud to fly towards Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua was severely injured, as long as they could escape from the Xianyuan water palace and get away from the battle between immortals and demons, Xian was confident that she could save him. Just as Xian flew for about 30 meters, the space suddenly shone with a bloody light. Roar, roar. A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Xian saw a sea of scarlet before her eyes. A dragon several meters long rushed out of the jade talismans, carrying with it a frenzied demonic aura. Not good. Xian was shocked and cried out, Mo Long. However, contrary to Xian's expectations, the demon dragon did not attack the flag after rushing out of the jade talismans. Instead, it rushed directly towards Xiaohua. Little monk, be careful. Xian hurriedly transmitted. Unfortunately, no matter how fast her thoughts turned, she could not compare to the speed of the demon dragon. Furthermore, Xiaohua was currently in a weakened state. He had no time to react to the demon dragon's charge. Before Xian's words could reach him, the demon dragon had already opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiaohua's left arm. Ah! Xian covered her mouth in shock. She felt an indescribable stabbing pain in her heart. A feeling of disbelief suddenly arose in her heart. Could it be that the little monk is going to be eaten by the demon dragon? The development of the situation once again exceeded Xian's expectations. After the demon dragon swallowed Xiaohua's left arm, it did not continue to devour the rest of Xiaohua's body. Instead, it rapidly shrank. The dragon's body shrunk from several meters long to several feet long, just like before Xiaohua lost his arm. What was special was that after the dragon shrunk, the bloody light around it flashed again. The black flames within the bloody light transformed into thousands of tiny demons that roared and swam up and down. An arm that was exactly the same as Xiaohua's previous body suddenly grew out. Following the transformation of this arm, the previously dispirited and listless Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. The silvery white pupils in his eyes disappeared and were replaced by a bloody red. This bloody red did not contain any other emotions, only savagery. Roar. Xiaohua raised his head and roared. The demonic aura around his left arm surged and quickly spread towards the rest of Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua's body expanded once again. Demonic aura and black flames surged out from the pores of his body at the same time. Just as Xian was dumbstruck, the demon's body that was over 100 meters long appeared in front of her eyes. Xiao Hua was currently wearing a bloody armor that completely covered him. Above the armor, millions of demons roared at the same time. The bloody light of the armor was mixed with black light, illuminating the surroundings. The black light pierced through the pearls that surrounded him one by one. That light even gave birth to tiny demons that frantically devoured the pearls. Looking at the top of Xiao Hua's head, the two horns on his head flashed with a faint golden light. Strands of golden light flowed along the demonic aura like flowing water, penetrating into the space between the demonic aura and the bloody light. What made Xian even more shocked was that in Xiao Hua's left hand, a pitch-black demonic saber suddenly appeared. This demonic saber was only a foot long. The front part of the saber was damaged and the tip of the saber could not be seen. This demonic saber looked unremarkable, but in Xian's eyes, she could not help but feel frightened. Because this demonic saber was pitch black and enchanting. When her gaze swept past it, her entire mind felt like it was being pulled in. Moreover, the moment her mind was slightly distracted, her eyes and mind were filled with bloody red. One after another, ferocious demons of unimaginable shapes appeared out of thin air. When she finally shifted her gaze away with great difficulty, she saw the hilt of the demonic saber. The demonic saber did not seem to have a hilt. The entire demonic saber was connected to Xiao Hua's left hand. It looked like a part of the bloody armor, but also like a part of Xiao Hua's left arm. In an instant, Xian understood. Previously, the demonic dragon was the demonic saber's transformation. When the demonic saber chopped off Xiao Hua's left arm, it wanted to devour Xiao Hua's flesh and blood, and then fuse with Xiao Hua's body. But now, needless to say, the demonic saber must have already corroded and taken over Xiao Hua's body. Of course, as for why the demonic saber wanted to take over Xiao Hua's body, and not Gu Zhen, and even more not Xian, when she thought about how Xiao Hua's wound did not bleed and how there was even a lingering black aura around his wound, Xian, as a Confucian cultivator, knew that it was because Xiao Hua himself practiced demonic arts. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Xian felt a burst of relief for no reason. She was so relaxed that it was as if she had unloaded a heavy burden of 10,000 jin. However, just as this relief passed, she felt a burst of emptiness. That relief was even more like a small thorn that pierced into her heart. Roar. Xian's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts and feelings. The demonic god Xiao Hua roared again, and the demonic aura around his body flourished. Chapter 3478. In the beginning, Mo Long didn't intend to use Xiao Hua's body because Xiao Hua's performance in the illusion made Mo Long somewhat apprehensive. For 1,000,000 years, no cultivator who entered the illusion was able to escape. However, Xiao Hua relied on the power of a soul cultivator to break free from Mo Long's control. Xiao Hua's sobriety also made Xian sober up. However, when Xiao Hua stopped Gu Zhen's Buddha demon hand and Mo Long used the demon blade to cut off one of Xiao Hua's arms, Mo Long was shocked to discover that Xiaohua actually had the blood-dripping paradise's demonic technique. Moreover, Xiaohua's physical body was actually so strong. Only then did Mo Long have the intention to possess Xiaohua's body. In Mo Long's eyes, Xiaohua's mind was like a child's, unable to be compared to his own. Therefore, after obtaining Xiaohua's body, the first thing Mo Long wanted to do was to destroy the Xianyuan water control flag. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he had to heavily injure it. Only then could Mo Long escape with the demon blade. However, with Xianxian's obstruction and the Xianyuan water control flag's resistance, Mo Long actually couldn't control Xiaohua's body. Thus, the demon dragon could only try to possess Xiaohua's body. Seeing Xiaohua's weak state of mind, the demon dragon was like a scoundrel on the street who saw his beautiful wife walking in the dark. Xiaohua's trembling state of mind made the demon dragon feel relieved. However, when Xiaohua's mind hid in the space, leaving only a small portion as bait, Mo Long swaggered to devour this small portion of mind. Only then did Mo Long suddenly discover that he was no longer in Xiaohua's body. What awaited him was Jade Archive Xiaohua's smiling eyes, green-robed Xiaohua, soul cultivator Xiaohua's salivating mouth, and even bone-tempering Xiaohua's fierce gaze. Even in the face of so many primordial spirits, Mo Long still didn't care. In his eyes, they were just a few more lambs to satisfy his hunger. Only when he discovered that he couldn't move and could only let Jade Archive Xiaohua and the other primordial spirits wantonly devour him did he truly understand what it meant by, entering a noble house is as deep as the sea. This was Xiaohua's territory. Mo Long couldn't make the decision. Henceforth, he really became a passerby with Xiaohua. "Little monk, who are you?" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't tell the truth, Xian felt was helpless, but she still stared at Xiaohua and asked. "Me? The little monk Tipu?" Xiaohua said to Xian with a smile, "You have already asked this question many times." "No, you're definitely not Tip." Xian's face was pale. You want to tell me who you are? Is that necessary?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. After that, he raised his left hand, and the devil blade gradually appeared. He said, "Wait for a moment." "All right, I'll wait for your answer." Xian wanted to get to the bottom of things. "You have to give me an answer." Xiaohua raised the demonic blade and waved it in the air. The demonic blade turned into a demonic palm and grabbed below him. The remaining demonic chi in the space surged into the demonic palm. It took a full 6 hours for the demonic chi to be completely absorbed by the demonic blade. "Are you done?" Xian asked. She had enough patience. Xiaohua sighed, nodded, and did not answer. On the other hand, Xian waved the Xianyuan water control flag, and the countless pearls in the space instantly turned into thousands of brilliance and fell into the flag. It seemed that her method was many times more brilliant than Xiaohua's. "You can tell me now, right?" Xian still asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't think it's necessary to expose each other's identity. I think it's necessary." Xian replied with equal harshness. "All right, tell me who you are first." Xiaohua compromised. Chapter 3482. This concubine greets, Master. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Xiao Hua waved his hand. How could he let her kneel down? He smiled and said, Don't be so polite. I don't like empty etiquette the most. Mother, you see, what the boy said this morning is right? Wang Bianfei held his mother's arm and said happily, the boy really acknowledged a master in his dream. Now, master is here. Do you believe it? Son, why aren't you greeting your master? Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei and said, You acknowledged a master in your dream. Now you have to kowtow. Yes, the boy knows. Wang Bianfei also remembered and hurriedly knelt down and said, Disciple Wang Bianfei greets master. N. Xiao Hua didn't stop him and nodded, Master doesn't have so many rules. It's the first time you meet, so kowtow a few more times. There's no need to be so troublesome in the future. Yes, disciple knows. Wang Bianfei obediently kowtowed 9 times before getting up. Xiao Hua then took some medicine for Wang Bianfei's mother and walked to the front of the housekeeper. He looked up and down and slightly shook his head. The housekeeper's eyes were filled with despair and even some fear. However, Xiao Hua didn't see a trace of begging for mercy. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua turned his head and said, Wang Bianfei, yes, master. Wang Bianfei helped his mother apply the medicine. Seeing the wound on his mother's hand heal, he was even more convinced. Hearing Xiao Hua calling him, he hurriedly responded and walked to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua asked, Today's disaster, was it because you drew the portrait of Miss Wang and got the gold? Yes. Wang Bianfei gnashed his teeth and nodded. N. Xiao Hua asked again, Is it related to Wang family? This. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to speak carelessly. His mother hurriedly said, Master, it can't be. Although Master Wang is a bit arrogant, he's not domineering. He still values my son. Since he rewarded the gold, he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. This must be his own idea. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei also echoed, from what this steward said just now, it should be that he was aroused by greed and wanted to harm this disciple. What are your plans? Xiao Hua asked. Wang Bianfei thought for a moment and said honestly, this disciple will listen to master. Whatever master says is what it is. Master wants to hear what you think. Xiao Hua shook his head and asked. Master. Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to speak but was stopped by Xiao Hua. This. Wang Bianfei looked at the butler, who looked like a clay statue. He gritted his teeth and said, Those who kill will be killed. If we don't kill him, the boy and mother won't be able to return to the village. What else? Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Wang Yifei's mother opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say anything. That Wang Bianfei pondered for a moment, his face flushed red, and said in a low voice, What is master talking about? This disciple doesn't quite understand. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Wang Bianfei and then at Wang Bianfei's mother. He knew that under his mother's protection, Wang Bianfei was like a flower under a big tree. All the wind and rain were covered by the big tree. He didn't know about the wind and rain outside. What he saw in the illusion was indeed what happened in the past. However, in Wang Bianfei's dream, it was greatly modified by Wang Bianfei. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua found it funny. Not to mention Wang Bianfei, even if it was him, didn't he also have a wishful thinking in the illusion? Soon after, Xiao Hua said, Hee, Wang Bianfei, don't be nervous. If in the dream, you met such a wicked person and killed him, what would you do? Didn't the little monk mention it to you? When Xiao Hua mentioned the dream, Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up. But if I don't bring them back, how will I settle them down? The night passed very quickly. When the sky started to brighten, Wang Bianfei and his mother woke up. Xiao Hua took out 2 spirit jujubes and let them eat it. After another half an hour, when the sky was bright and there was actually a caravan of merchants passing by behind them, Xiao Hua let Wang Bianfei and his mother get off the carriage while he drove the carriage to negotiate with the caravan of merchants. He used the carriage and horses to exchange for a few taels of silver. Seeing Xiao Hua walking back with large strides, Wang Bianfei immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Master, disciple has come to apologize." Disciple gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain and actually doubted Master. It was really disrespectful. "No matter." Xiao Hua handed the silver to Wang Bianfei's mother and said with a smile, "You are still young, maybe you didn't think it through thoroughly. In fact, there are some things that you don't need to force others to know. As long as you understand it, your heart can live with it, and can face the heavens magnanimously." "Yes, disciple will remember," Wang Bianfei said sincerely. "Let's go." Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered the 2 of them. He said, "The trivial matters are over, we should get down to business." Immediately, Xiao Hua took the 2 of them and flew to the nearby mountain peak. Wang Bianfei and his mother saw Xiao Hua's immortal method and unconsciously became excited. Their eyes looked left and right, very curious. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Hua pointed to the distance with his finger and said with a smile, "There is a cave over there, clean it up a bit and use it as your and Xiao Xi's residence. We will stay here for 3 days." "I understand." When Wang Bianfei's mother heard this, she immediately understood. She hurriedly took some of her belongings and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua then beckoned to Wang Bianfei and said, "Wang Bianfei, come here." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei walked over and carefully answered. "Sit down cross-legged, just like what master taught you before." Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Bianfei and instructed, then, according to the instructions of the technique, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and turned his palms towards the sky to sense. As Xiao Hua thought, Wang Bianfei and Lu Yi were very similar. Although they were already familiar with the technique, they couldn't sense the spiritual energy. In the following 2 days, Xiao Hua taught the other techniques one by one. Wang Bianfei understood them more easily than Lu Yi, but the result was the same as Lu Yi. Xiao Hua saw this and nodded slightly. He already understood something. He waved his hand and took out the soul bridge. He said, "Wang Bianfei, close your eyes. No matter what you feel in a while, don't resist. Let master help you take a look." "Yes, master." After seeing the technique taught by Xiao Hua, Wang Bianfei no longer had any doubts about Xiao Hua. He answered and immediately closed his eyes. Xiao Hua threw the soul bridge in his hand. A dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. Countless soul strands stretched out from the magic eye imprint. As soon as these soul strands appeared, they immediately vibrated violently. An indescribable whimpering sound came from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. It sounded quite creepy. Following the trembling of these soul strands, strands of misty green light flashed out layer by layer. These strands of green light touched the soul bridge with the soul strands and also fell on the soul bridge. The bone ball that was originally quietly floating in the air began to slowly rotate. As the soul strands fell, the green light on the bone ball began to become dazzling. He was absolutely unable to see the golden threads inside the Buddha fire. Just like how Xiaohua didn't know what it meant when he broke the seal on Wang Bianfei's spiritual aura sky. He also didn't know what the 10 colors that filled the sky were. Perhaps not long after, Xiaohua would realize that he broke the seal and opened a new chapter of Hidden Immortal Continent, Western Paradise, and Xiaoyu Continent's Daoist sect's spiritual root cultivation. Perhaps Xiaohua would obtain a lot of merit and faith power because of this. But he could only wait for a very, very, very long time, until he cultivated to a height that he couldn't reach even in his dreams. Only then would he truly understand what he had uncovered. At this moment, Xiaohua couldn't see this inexplicable scene. When his mind came out of his Naiwan palace, he saw Wang Bianfei's complexion turning yellow. He had actually fainted on his arm. The remaining bloodstains covered his ears, lips, and his clothes were also stained quite a bit. Sigh. This Xiao was a bit impetuous. Xiaohua was a bit regretful in his heart. He reached out his hand to touch Wang Bianfei's forehead. However, when his finger touched Wang Bianfei's skin, he stopped. He knew that if he forcefully woke Wang Bianfei up, it wouldn't be good for Wang Bianfei to wake up on his own. Thus, he simply pulled his hand back and used his hand to grab some water stains. He carefully washed Wang Bianfei's face and other places. While washing, Xiaohua's hand very naturally touched Wang Bianfei's hair. That hair actually floated down along with Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua let out a sound and used his hand to pull. Wang Bianfei's hair all fell down without a single strand remaining. Moreover, there was actually a layer of purple sticky substance on his scalp. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. He wiped away the floating hair and sticky substance. Then, he carried Wang Bianfei's slightly light body and walked towards the cave. Wang Bianfei slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, it was already noon. Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak with his eyes closed in meditation. Wang Bianfei's head was bald. It looked like he was truly Xiaohua's master and disciple. However, there was a kind of joy on his face. He walked behind Xiaohua and quietly stood there, not daring to make a sound. Bianfei, Xiaohua didn't open his eyes and said in a low voice, "How do you feel now? Or is there something wrong?" Reporting to master. Wang Bianfei heard his master being so intimate. The joy on his face became even stronger. He said respectfully, "This disciple feels like he suddenly understood a lot. Everything in the world has a kind of feeling of seeing through everything." Or it could be said that previously, this disciple's heart was like being covered in lard. Master used a spell on this disciple's body and wiped away the lard. This disciple feels incomparably refreshed. That's good. Xiaohua's face was still calm. You suffered a lot. It's naturally worth it to be able to benefit from it. Master, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. A treasured sword's edge is sharpened. This disciple didn't study much, but this disciple still understands this kind of shallow logic. Wang Bianfei said with a smile. Sit down. Try to see if you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua swept away a large area of gravel, revealing a clean area. Thank you, master. Wang Bianfei knew that his master doted on him. He jumped to that clean area and sat down cross-legged. In just a moment, his little face revealed a pleasant surprise. He shouted, "Master, you're really godly. This disciple can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He looked at the horizon and said, "Spiritual roots, spiritual roots. So this lost soul is the root of cultivation. Since this Xiao knows the use of spiritual roots, how can I not worry about the prosperity of the Dao sect? Even the withered cultivation sects in the Xiaoyu continent can still prosper, right?" Xiaoyu continent? Master, where is that? Wang Bianfei asked with a smile on his face. That's a very, very far place. Wait until your cultivation is successful. Master will bring you to see it. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell Wang Bianfei to hide the name of the Xiaoyu continent, but after thinking for a while, he replied with a smile. Good, good. This disciple has only been to Pingxi City in his life. In his dreams, he has been to Saint River. I have never been to other places. Wang Bianfei also clapped his hands and said happily like Xiaohua. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He asked, do you know where this place is? This place? This disciple doesn't know. Wang Bianfei was stunned. Then, forget it. Bianfei, go and call your mother over. Xiaohua thought for a while and simply instructed. Wang Bianfei suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, yes, master. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Looking at Wang Bianfei's lively appearance, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Lu Yi. Two similar brats together, they should be happier, right? He had no reason to leave Wang Bianfei and his mother in the land of ultimate bliss. Sister-in-law, Xiaohua saw Wang Bianfei's mother come over. Xiaohua also became extremely polite. Great master. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly saluted and said, this concubine is much younger than the great master. Please, call me. Speaking until here, Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what to say. If he called her by her name, although she knew that Xiaohua was someone who had lived for several hundred years, looking at Xiaohua's appearance that was only around 20 years old, Wang Bianfei's mother really couldn't say it. Sister-in-law, you are Bianfei's mother and Bianfei is this Zhao's disciple. Chapter 3487. Yes, master, this concubine understands. Wang Bianfei's mother was very satisfied, and very casually called out. When Xiaohua heard this, master, he couldn't help but think of the fat body of the Wang family's master. He smacked his lips, wanting to go back on his words. But when he thought of Lu Yi and the black bear spirit calling him master, if he said anything else, wouldn't Wang Bianfei and his mother also have to call them master in the future? Forget it. Wang Shi, Xiaohua simply said, do you know the name of the land under your feet? Wang Shi was stunned, and didn't react for a long time. Looking at Wang Bianfei, she was somewhat hesitant, not understanding what Xiaohua was asking. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and simply asked, do you know the name of the big river next to you? Buddha River? Wang Shi finally spoke. That Buddha River, on which continent? Xiaohua asked again. Continent? What is a continent? Wang Shi seemed to have fallen into the clouds. Xiaohua looked at Wang Bianfei and smiled. Bianfei, have you heard the little monk mention it before? No. Wang Bianfei was also at a loss. How about this? This Xiao wants to bring all of you to a place where this Xiao's other disciples are. However, all of you can't say that you live by the Buddha River. Also, all of you can't say that you've seen many monks. Xiaohua thought for a moment before instructing. Wang Shi nodded. This concubine understands. Actually, this concubine has never seen many monks. As for this Buddha River, this concubine will say that it is a big river. There are also many big rivers left and right. Good. Xiaohua already understood in his heart, this Wang Shi should be the same as Wang Bianfei. The furthest they went was some Pingxi city. In their hearts, they didn't have the concept of pure land and hidden immortal continent. Even, their village was really remote, even the temples were rarely seen. It was no different from hidden immortal continent. The only thing that Xiaohua was worried about was this Saint River. Whether it was the Buddha River or the Saint River, this name would make people associate it with paradise. Wang Bianfei's origin was nothing to Lu Yi and the others, but Xiaohua faintly felt that his Buddha Sarira, his identity as the future Buddha Lord, and even the Buddha fruit of Guanyin Bodhisattva should be separated from his identity as the successor of the Dao sect. It was best to hide the fact that he came to the Western paradise through the space vein. Therefore, Xiaohua initially did not plan to bring Wang Bianfei back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after thinking about it, Wang Bianfei and his mother were orphans and widows. Although they were not eye-catching in the Western paradise, Wang Bianfei had cultivated Dao techniques after all. If something happened to him, wouldn't it be his fault? Finally, Xiaohua decided to bring them back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after instructing Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi for a while, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. All right, Bianfei, Wang Shi, this Xiao will bring you along. However, during this period, you have to have a good sleep. When you wake up, you will go to a new place. There, you don't have to worry about being bullied by others. Moreover, Bianfei, you will also have senior brothers to cultivate with. Xiaohua first asked Wang Shi about the direction of Pingxi City, then said to Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi. Thank you, master. When Wang Shi heard that Xiaohua only had 3 days, she was also worried. After marrying to this village, she had never left. She really didn't know how to live after leaving her hometown. Now that she heard that Xiaohua was going to bring them along, she was so happy that she almost knelt down and kowtowed. After the 64 Buddhist bells rang, the entire Pure Land suddenly emitted a myriad of Buddha's light. It was as if the rising sun was shining on the earth and splashing in all directions. This little monk came in a hurry and didn't bring any letters. Strange. Miao Chen was very puzzled. He looked up and down at Xiaohua and said, "This little monk Ci Hui, this poor monk has seen him before. Abbot also admires him." That year, the two of them debated Buddhism for several days. He also has a good understanding of my abbot. He should know that my abbot is most afraid of people mentioning great Zen master. How could he recommend you to Jinshan Temple? The one who recommended Xiaohua to Jinshan Temple was naturally Great Snow Mountain's Master Qingchen. However, Master Qingchen had already passed away. Moreover, Master Qingchen's death was greatly related to the West Ci. Even if you beat Xiaohua to death, Xiaohua wouldn't mention it. Strange, Great Zen Master Ji Mia's Dharma name is Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Why is it taboo to talk about Great Zen Master Ji Mia? Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Miao Chen shrugged and replied, "This poor monk doesn't know. If junior brother wants to ask, you can ask martial ancestor Yongzhong." Hee, it's a long story. The old monk Yongzhong shook his head slightly. He picked up the teacup and sipped it. After a while, he said, "Little monk, if you want to know more about Great Zen Master Ji Mia, you should call Ci Hui over. Perhaps Abbot and Ci Hui can talk about it." Unfortunately. Xiaohua looked at the two and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid that Ci Hui has already arrived at Leiyin Temple. If this little monk wants to find him, it will be difficult." Leiyin Temple? Why did Ci Hui go to Leiyin Temple? Miao Chen was very puzzled. However, he poured another cup of tea and swallowed it in one gulp. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Let's wait for 2 more days and see how the situation is." However, things were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. For 3 consecutive days, he didn't see the shadow of Great Zen Master Nirvana at all. The monks in the entire temple were trembling with fear. All of them were absent-minded and panicked. They seemed to be slacking in their morning and evening classes. Except for the old monk Yongzhong who came to see Xiaohua from time to time, the others didn't seem to know that a lone monk had come to the temple. This kind of mood was contagious. Even the good men and women who came to the temple to offer incense and alms could feel it. After kowtowing and burning incense, they hurriedly left, not daring to stay in the Jinshan temple for a moment longer. Xiaohua now knew where great Zen Master Nirvana's meditation room was. The door of the meditation room was tightly shut. Xiaohua wanted to go up and knock on the door several times, or use his Buddhist sense to explore, but he restrained himself. On the 5th day, before dawn, Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard a clamor outside the door. When Xiaohua opened the door, he saw the monks of the Jinshan temple. They were all wearing thin monk robes and holding huge buckets with sharp bottoms. These monks were lined up with solemn faces. One by one, they ran through the corridor, across the open space in front of the main hall, and out of the temple gate. After a long time, these monks raised their hands flat. The huge buckets were filled with river water. They quickly returned and lined up to the back mountain of the Jinshan temple. The back mountain was a large vegetable field. These monks ran to the vegetable field and stopped in front of it. At the entrance of the vegetable field stood an old monk who, although tall, was extremely skinny, almost like a bag of bones. The old monk held a monk's staff in his hand. It was as thick as a duck's egg and several feet long. The monk stopped in front of the old monk. The old monk's eyes were like lightning. He swept the wooden buckets in the monk's hands. If the water in the wooden buckets was not enough, he waved his hand. The monk's face immediately became joyful. He ran to one side of the vegetable field and poured the water in the buckets there. Then, he entered the Jinshan temple from another side. If the water in the buckets was not enough, the old monk would not be polite and hit the monk with the monk's staff. Pa! The sound was very ear-piercing. The monk who was hit grimaced in pain. Then, he poured the water in the buckets to the side and returned to the Jinshan temple. They should be going down the mountain to fetch water. After watching for a while, Xiaohua was speechless. There were many monks fetching water. It seemed that other than the old monk Yongzhong, even Miao Fa and Miao Qin, who were at the bright body realm, were obediently fetching water with buckets. They were all very well behaved. Moreover, Xiaohua could clearly see that either Miao Qin or Miao Fa had been hit by the old monk's staff. It was so painful that the corners of their mouths were crooked. Who are you? Xiaohua had been watching for a long time. The old monk naturally noticed. He coldly swept his gaze and scolded. Xiaohua frowned. He flew up from the guest room and landed in front of the old monk. He put his palms together and bowed. Amitba. Little monk Ti Pu greets great Zen Master Ji Mia. Seeing that Xiaohua's age was similar to C.I. Hui's, his tone was similar to C.I. Hui's, and even the way he flew was the same, great Zen Master Ji Mia felt a wave of irritation in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was shooing a fly and said, "No need to be polite. My Jinshan temple will not be receiving monks for the next few days. Little monk, quickly leave." As he spoke, he waved the staff in his hand and hit Mingshen's back. Mingshen's figure staggered, and the water in the wooden bucket spilled out. Great Zen Master Ji Mia scolded, "Damn it. You only know how to steal wine and eat meat. Where did your meat go? Why are you so weak?" This disciple. Mingshen's face was deathly pale. He mumbled a few words but didn't dare to say more. Quickly scram. If you don't fetch 200 buckets today, you are not allowed to eat. Great Zen Master Ji Mia scolded. Mingshen was scared witless and left in a sorry state. Great Zen Master Ji Mia coldly looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, why are you still not leaving? Could it be that you want this old monk to send you out? How can the Buddhist children of today be so insensible?" Seeing great Zen Master Ji Mia's appearance, Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart. He finally understood why Great Snow Mountain's Master Qing Chen insisted on bringing him here that day, and even why Jia Tai Temple's Master Ming turned around when he saw Jinshan Temple in front of him. This great Zen Master Ji Mia really didn't have the demeanor of a great Zen master. He was really a boring great Zen master. However, Xiaohua still suppressed his displeasure. He respectfully bowed and said, "This little monk, Tipu, encountered something related to nirvana while chanting Buddhist scriptures. My heart was very puzzled. I heard that Jinshan Temple has a great Zen master named Nirvana. I was secretly delighted and specially came to your esteemed temple to ask Great Zen Master about the cause and effect of nirvana." Great Zen Master Ji Mie sneered. His eyebrows twitched a few times for no reason. He was not moved by Xiaohua's modesty at all and said, "Just because you are named Nirvana, you can comprehend nirvana? Your name is Tipu. Could it be that you are Bodhi?" As the name implies, it is the doings of Confucian cultivators. Our Buddhist children are chanting Buddhist scriptures with the spirit in their hearts. Chapter 3491. Ha! Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. He pointed his finger and said, "If this little monk wants to become famous, why don't I go find Ci Hui? He has just attained the Buddha fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva, wouldn't he be more useful than you? Besides, great Zen Master, humans are humans. You and I are only Buddha, not Bodhisattvas. It's nothing to be envious and jealous. If you don't even dare to express the jealousy in your heart, how can you throw away your own skin? How can you attain Buddha fruit? Don't you admit that you are so anxious because you heard the news of Ci Hui attaining Buddha fruit? Perhaps your heart has already been bedeviled, but you still feel that you." At this moment, Xiaohua decided to use a plan to provoke him. Although he didn't say that he knew that great Zen Master Nirvana had experienced nirvana before, these few short sentences were very heartbreaking. It was as if a small knife had dug out great Zen Master Nirvana's heart. The monks of Jinshan Temple who were stunned at the sight now had even more fear on their faces. They all wanted to escape, but they were afraid of attracting great Zen Master Nirvana's attention. They very pitifully stood there, not daring to move. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, great Zen Master Nirvana was furious. After so many years, who dared to say such words to him? Which monk who came to his door didn't respectfully ask for guidance from him? The most important thing was that Xiaohua's words really touched his heart, completely tearing his face apart. Roar! Great Zen Master Nirvana roared. It was the Buddhist lion roar. Although this roar wasn't directed at the monks, nor was it directed at Xiaohua, a fierce wind blew above Jinshan Temple. The monks tried their best to cover their ears and squatted on the ground. Some of them who didn't have cultivation even painfully rolled on the ground. Hee, did this little monk hit the nail on the head? Xiaohua chuckled. His voice was even louder, seeing Ci Hui attaining Buddha fruit, and thinking about how high my seniority is and how I also have attainments in cultivation. Back then Ci Hui was still very respectful in front of me. Perhaps he even praised him a few times that day. But I didn't expect him to reach the peak all of a sudden. Looking at myself, I'm as helpless as a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. Damn it. Great Zen Master Nirvana clapped his hands, and the Buddhist light above his head shone brightly. A dazzling golden Buddhist palm appeared and slammed towards Xiaohua. You're angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me. Great Zen Master Nirvana, you want to silence me by killing me? Xiaohua sneered. He didn't dare to use the hand of a nascent soul, but golden light flashed all over his body as he used his transcendence golden body. The golden light was similar to the Buddha's light. He raised his hand, and a fist that wasn't inferior to the Buddha's palm hit the Buddha's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Jinshan Temple shook. Xiaohua's golden body was actually hit by the Nirvana Buddha palm, and he almost stepped on the main hall of the Jinshan Temple. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he hurriedly flew towards Xinjiang below Jinshan Temple. Little monk, don't even think about leaving. At this moment, great Zen Master Nirvana was truly burning with anger. His face was purple like an eggplant. Auspicious clouds also appeared under his feet as he chased after Xiaohua. He even threw the Zen staff in his hand into the air, and it actually transformed into the appearance of a heavenly dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Xiaohua. "Who's afraid of you?" Xiaohua sneered. However, he was also somewhat anxious in his heart. He cried out, "Martial ancestor, so it was you, please spare this disciple." This disciple was just greedy for good food, there was really no other way. "Get up," Xiaohua said with a smile, "this poor monk doesn't get along with your abbot, how could I possibly tell him about this matter?" That's right, that's right. Martial ancestor's righteous words today really make this disciple admire you. Mingshan got up and hastily picked up the rabbit that fell into the ashes. He hurriedly blew the dust with his mouth and flattered, "Martial ancestor doesn't know. In the entire Jinshan temple, there are a total of 62 disciples. Who would dare to talk back to the abbot like martial ancestor? Moreover, martial ancestor's magical power is great, you can actually fight with the abbot for so long." To tell martial ancestor the truth, this disciple has never seen anyone provoke the abbot to use the red lotus karmic fire. It's not that this disciple is flattering martial ancestor, but all the monks who come to my Jinshan temple, which one of them isn't respectful and reverent? How could there be a monk like martial ancestor? To tell the truth, the senior brothers and martial uncles in the temple are all cheering for martial ancestor in their hearts. This disciple can't wait for martial ancestor to be my Jinshan temple's abbot. Xiaohua found a place to sit down casually and sighed, it was a satisfying fight. You all also felt refreshed, but this poor monk's matter can be considered as a failure. Damn it, why is your abbot like this? When his mood is bad, he doesn't even listen to a single word from others. Moreover, he frequently uses his magical power to suppress others. Isn't that so? Mingshan also deeply felt the same. He turned the roasted yellow rabbit left and right and sighed, this disciple just like some wine and meat, it didn't delay anyone. This disciple originally didn't intend to become a monk, but was really forced to do so by others. In order to survive, this disciple had no choice but to become a monk. This disciple knows that this disciple has some misdeeds and has always been avoiding people. "Oh, right, martial ancestor, why are you looking for my abbot?" "Forget it, it's useless to tell you." Isn't this what Buddhism emphasizes? Even if Luer said something, with Nirvana's experience, would he understand? When Luer is older, I'll come back and explain to him. Xiaohua looked at the Jinshan temple for a moment and heard the Buddhist bell ringing in the temple. His figure floated up and began to fly in the direction of the great snowy mountain. His purpose of coming to the Western Paradise had finally been achieved. Xiaohua's heart could be said to have relaxed. However, after flying for 100 miles, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, it's not right to leave Luer alone in Jinshan temple. This Jinshan temple is very strange. Nirvana Master is stingy, and narrow-minded. Yongzhong is an old monk with one foot in the grave. Miao Chen and Miao Fa are very reckless. Ming Shen is a monk who loves wine and meat. Damn it, there's no normal monk in this Jinshan temple. Besides, the Pure Land is not the real Pure Land. It seems that I have to find someone who can protect Lure. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? Who? Where can I find someone to entrust Lure to? Xiao Hua stood in the air and was distressed again. After all, Jiang Lure was not an ordinary person. He was Xiao Xianrui's beloved son. Xiao Hua did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. Any negligence would make Xiao Hua unable to face Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Little Yellow? Little Black? Or Herculean Centipede? Xiao Hua's mind turned rapidly, secretly looking for a candidate. After thinking for a moment, he decided that these three little things should be all right. Just as Xiao Hua was about to enter the space to discuss with the three little things, Jiu, a burst of beast cries came from the mountain ridge below Xiao Hua's feet. When Xiao Hua looked down, he saw a group of monkeys playing happily in the mountain forest. Seeing the monkeys, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Yes, there were 2 fire apes in Xiao Hua's space. Although these 2 fire apes were not directly placed in the space, but in the storage bag, even if they were placed in the storage bag, after all, they had been separated by yin and yang. Who knows what changes would happen to them? The fire ape looked at the old man that Jade Archive Xiao Hua transformed into and was stunned. The expression on its ugly face changed a few times. Although the old man's hair and beard were all white, he looked like a crane with white hair and a youthful complexion. However, if the fire ape carefully looked at the old man's appearance, there was a kind of strange feeling. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, there were countless faces, whether male or female, Taoist or Buddhist, or ragged clothes or brocade robes with jade belts. It was impossible to see the old man's true appearance. In particular, although he could not understand the old man's words, the old man's voice seemed to be directly transmitted into his heart. A kind of sadness, a kind of grievance, a kind of dependence, and a kind of intimacy spontaneously arose from his heart. Almost regardless of everything, the fire ape rushed to the front of Xiao Hua and shouted, "Master! This disciple finally sees you." Ah! Jade Archive Xiao Hua heard the fire ape call him master and was unconsciously stunned. He was almost caught off guard. It was true that he had set up a trap for the fire ape in the space, but he only thought of Jiang Chao Temple's Xiao Jian and the scene of Xiao Jian selling divination on the streets of Longevity Town. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was deliberately mystifying here, but he wanted to borrow the identity of an immortal to give the fire ape a few pointers so that it could protect Jiang Lure. Jade Archive Xiao Hua had never thought of accepting the fire ape as a disciple. However, looking at the fire ape's slightly trembling body, Jade Archive Xiao Hua was relieved. Whether it was a human or a demon, there was a dream in the heart. In the dream, there were relatives and enemies. This fire ape had been bullied by him in the Xiaoyu continent. In its heart, it probably had long dreamed of growing into a strong person. Now that it saw him so amiable, was it not the same kind of intimacy in its heart? And the result of this intimacy was that it wanted to worship him as a master and learn magical powers so that it could take revenge and vent its anger? Of course, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not rule out the possibility that the fire ape was still lonely and now saw him as if it had found a home. Silly child, when did this old man become your master? Jade Archive Xiao Hua used his hand to knock the fire ape's head 3 times and said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not hide his words and directly used the language of the Xiaoyu continent. The fire ape heard it clearly. Good master, father knows. The fire ape's words were still somewhat jerky. Jade Archive Xiao Hua pricked up his ears to listen carefully, only to hear the fire ape crying and complaining. This little one was adopted by master when I was young. But when this little one grew up, master went out to wander. This time, this little one did not know how many years had passed. Now, this little one finally sees master again. Hee, little one, you are wrong. Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, This old man is not your master. This old man just came on a whim and knew that there was a guest coming to visit. This old man has never seen you before. No, you are my master. There is no mistake. The fire ape stiffened its neck and said. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, since you say that I am your master, do you know my Dharma name? The fire ape's face showed a painful expression and slightly shook its head. Reporting to master, this little one was still young and did not remember master's Dharma name. That's right. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man is Patriarch Subhoodie. You must remember clearly that this old man cannot be your master. This. The fire ape hesitated slightly and knew that it was wrong. Chapter 3498. Xiaohua was very clear that there must be a direct path from here to the snowy mountain. If he flew straight there, he would definitely arrive very quickly. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to fly directly like other people. He didn't dare to believe in his sense of direction on the continent. He could only go to Saint River first and then return to the snowy mountain from there. Fortunately, since Xiaohua had a sense of direction in the void, the spirit Qi heaven opened. Although his sense of direction on the continent didn't improve fundamentally, it still had some influence. Xiaohua was somewhat off when he was hurrying, but this deviation didn't seem to be big because he was very careful. After a few days, Xiaohua touched Saint River. Of course, the location of Saint River was definitely different from before. It was far from the village where Wang Binfei was. Immediately, Xiaohua slightly identified the direction and found a small temple on the left. He asked about the snowy mountain's location and once again rushed into the sky. Only now did Xiaohua know that there was more than one snowy mountain in the Western Paradise. The snowy mountain where the exquisite temple was located was definitely not the most famous. It was just the closest to Saint River. At first, Xiaohua was still somewhat uncertain. However, seeing some familiar scenery, Xiaohua slowly felt relieved. Finally, in his divine sense, the divine sense mark he made at the snowy mountain appeared. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Then, he once again changed the direction that had deviated by a lot and rushed into the snowy mountain. At this time, it was snowing like goose feathers on the snowy mountain. The fluttering snowflakes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua came out of the spatial vein that day. Xiaohua stood in the sky above the exquisite temple and looked at the water vapor in the pool. He looked at the main hall of the exquisite temple as if he had never left. However, things were still the same but people were different. The snowy mountain hadn't changed and the exquisite temple hadn't changed. However, the old monk who swept the floor was missing. The snow in front of the main hall was extremely thick and no one would sweep it. If it wasn't for the bright sun, the snow would have covered the entire exquisite temple. With a sigh, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and looked at the place where the old monk's body was burned. Only then did he withdraw his Buddhist sense and return it to the exquisite temple. Then, with a wave of his hand, the broom placed in the corner of the temple fell into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua started to clean the corner in front of the main hall, just like the old monk did that day. Of course, Xiaohua's speed of sweeping the snow was very fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire courtyard was cleaned up. However, looking at the endless falling snowflakes, Xiaohua knew that before long, the open space in front of the main hall would be covered with snow again. Suddenly, Xiaohua had an idea. Bringing Wang Bianfei and his mother back to the hidden immortal continent might not be an excellent choice. It would be better to let Wang Bianfei and his mother live in this Shaolin Long temple, and then give them some money and food, so that they would not have any difficulties in life. Of course, after thinking about this, Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. This snowy mountain was extremely high. Wang Bianfei's cultivation had yet to reach completion, so he couldn't freely go up and down. Wang Bianfei's mother was also immortal, so she couldn't go up and down from such a high place. If he left them in such a dangerous place, unless they didn't go up and down the mountain again, there would definitely be danger. These two people were not like the old monk. They did not have too many worldly requirements, especially Wang Bianfei's mother. She did not cultivate.